municipal elections, politicians continue to take their campaigns to the people with the hope of garnering support. Deputy President William Ruto was in Meru County, where he maintained his narrative that the bottom-up economy will solve Kenya's problems.
Wale wametengeneza gengi yao ati wanatupangia viongozi kadhaa. Mimi nauliza nyinyi, hata wajipange kiasi gani, genge ya watu 7-8 watawezana na jeshi hii yote ya mahasla wa Kenya?
This as Meru Senator Mithika Linturi addressed a church congregation requesting that they loosen their stand that banned politicians from addressing the congregants.
Lakini yale makanisa mengine ambao wanataka kucriminalize siasa ama biashara ama kazi ya kisiasa, mimi siwezi kubaliana na nyinyi. Sababu ni kama mnataka kuonyesha ya kwamba sasa sisi ni wahalifu, sisi ni watu wasio safi, na kwa hivyo it's discouraging even those other people that don't want to aspire to be politicians.
In Laikipia, ODM leader Raila Odinga called upon the youth to have their voices heard and make sure that they vote for that leader who has their interest at heart.
We want the Kenyan youth to stand up and be counted. We want the youth to stand up, to come up and bring about the change. Together with the other Kenyans, we transform our country, we change the lives of our people. It can be done.
Musalia Mudavadi on his end wants the TJRC report made public so that the past ills can be cured.
In solidarity na IDPs, ili tutume signal kwa Wakenya, let people live where they want to live out of choice, not out of being forced to live there.
KANU is expected to officially announce Baringo Senator Gideon Moi as its presidential candidate in next year's elections on Thursday this week. Moi, who chaired a meeting of KANU leaders at his home in Sachu in Baringo County, stressed that party leaders would provide direction on next year's politics. Moi has continued to be championed by party members who say that is the best option, saying that KANU will continue to seek the cooperation of other leaders to achieve its agenda. Samuel Pogesho is Senate Majority Leader as well as KANU Senator of West Pokot.
Nairobi Alhamisi unaenda kumtangaza rasmi na tunampatia ruhusa ya kuongea na viongozi wengine isipokuwa yule mmoja. Tunapatia ruhusa atafute marafiki na azunguke Jamhuri ya Kenya ili kurudisha Kenya katika uongozi uliofaa.
KANU Secretary General Nick Salat said KANU is ready to compete with the other parties during the next elections. Agriculture CS Peter Munya has asked farmers not to allow themselves to be manipulated so that politicians can achieve their goals in next year's elections. Addressing residents in Nyeri County, Munya urged farmers to be vigilant and critically assess what politicians tell them.
Kazi yenu ni kupiga kura, mkipiga mnasaulika, kura ikikaribia ndio mnasikia wakisema kilimo. Sasa mimi nauliza, kwani kilimo ni sahihi Meru? Au kuhitaji msaada mwaka jana? Saa hii kwa sababu umenukia kura, ndio sasa unaanza kusema mkulima, umtumie uende. Urudi huko Nairobi ukakule mbolea yako.
He also urged politicians to work for Kenyans as stated in the constitution.
Naona mzee miaka imeenda, unaona anakipiga kelele, unauliza huyu ako na shida gani? Badala afanye kazi ile amepewa, ni kelele. Huko Meru kuna frog ile inakaa kwa shamba. Sisi tunaita frog ya mtaro. Ukiona ikirukaruka, imetoka kwa mtaro inarukaruka, iko shinda.
You're being urged to provide any relevant information that would lead to the arrest of 6 inmates who escaped from the Nanyuki prison. Commissioner General Prison Services Wycliffe Ogola said an investigation has been launched to determine why and how the inmates escaped, adding that the 6 will be retried for violating the law.
My commitment as the Commissioner General that we are in hot pursuit of the 4 inmates who have not been captured. I've taken this opportunity to equally advise the serving inmates who are here that they must oblige to the law. Because there is a double consequence. He has to be subjected again to a charge.
14 inmates had escaped from the prison, but 8 have since been arrested. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto.
forgiveness is always conditional. Even before God, there's nothing like unconditional forgiveness.
Government doesn't pay you pension until you retire. In fact, they have no money for you. The day you retire, they look for it.
This country is punishing many young people. These young people are more susceptible to be deceived, to be taken advantage of, and they're more susceptible to be bought off.
Let us also talk about where we want our country to go. You know, we are a population of very young people.
We're in a state of capture. The judiciary is under duress. Parliament is in the pocket of the executive. You don't sit and wait for the regime to topple itself. It will never do so.
By the way, let me tell you, these guys are so persuasive. I'm telling you, they can persuade you to sell your grandmother. I'm telling you, they can sell sand in the desert.
See, has anybody on this program said to you as a guest, saying, "Oh, shut up, we don't want to be told what to do"? Has anybody that kind of? Has anybody been
I will not listen.
Bit of advice, because you're working on the premise that we should all pay heed to these proverbs. It's a very suspect notion.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. SpiceFM, Nyeri.
Monday morning, and let's see what it has in store. It looks like it's already building up on many of these Nairobi streets. Coming off Jogo Road, getting into the CBD this morning, going via Landis, and then you get onto Kamkunji at the roundabout. That's where it seems to be most of the action today. Coming out of Westlands as well, it's building up. Of course, we won't forget what's going on Mombasa Road this morning. Traffic already building up in certain areas, especially there as you approach the SGR. Hopefully we can keep things, not too crazy, but we'll have to wait and see. Still a few minutes after 6 o'clock, so it's not built up to those crazy levels just yet, but just watch out for that. Ngong Road, for some reason, building up at the roundabout at the City Mortuary. But then as you go towards Community and then towards Valley Road, that looks all right. Coming off the city into the Thika Superhighway, we have some traffic roundabout Pangani, just past Survey at the Utali Drift there a little bit. It's Monday morning, things have started off slow. Hopefully we can keep things calm and steady. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter, just in case it gets crazy and we can use that information to spread the word. Text as well on 40127.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room. The only way.
9 minutes after 6. A very good morning to you. Happy Monday, wherever you are tuned in. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. A lovely new week begins now. City Muga Nduoko and Eric Latif in the house. Good morning, lady and gentlemen.
Good morning, gentlemen.
How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Myself and I. The three of us are all right.
Very good. City Muga.
Yes, Eric Latif.
Good morning.
Good morning to you, sir.
Had a good weekend?
I did.
Good.
I did.
Good.
I did.
How are you, Eric?
I'm very well.
You all right?
Yes. I had a good weekend as well. Glad to be here. We never take it for granted when you have a fresh new day.
Indeed.
Yep. Just about 4 days to the end of the month. Those who say wake me up when September ends.
It's about time we started waking up.
Yep.
September. That is September.
You did.
September.
September is about to come to an end.
It has come to an end.
Yes. And just like that, it'll be October and then December.
Actually, it's
November
December.
will not even
It's December that's around the corner.
We can actually start singing Christmas carols, you know?
You've taken it that far, have you? Actually, no, it's good thinking.
Just like that. Those things called New Year resolutions.
Check the one for 2021. If you haven't started, you've got a few months to knock it off. If you haven't yet begun, my friend.
There's still time.
Okay.
But why wait until the beginning of the year to make resolutions? Why don't you just make resolutions as you go along?
As you go along?
Yes. Resolve today, and maybe when the new year comes into being, you can review and see how much of what you anticipated you would do, you have actually done.
Okay.
And then renew it and give it perhaps new focus.
Okay. Higher. Well, we'll have interesting conversations based on what has happened over the weekend. There's politics left, right, and center. And then there's all this regional balancing, if we may call it that way. We're seeing various regions coming together and saying this is how we're going to speak as a region, as a community in this particular area, part of our country. And we want everybody else who wants our vote to come and negotiate with us. Now, we'll be having a conversation with one of the leaders from the Abagusii community. An MP will be here, Richard Onyonka from Kitutu Chache. Last week, the Kisii members of parliament and other leaders came together and they said, we as the Kisii people are going to form our own party and we're going to have our own way in which we want to negotiate with anybody else who wants to come and vote, get our votes from this region. So we'll be speaking to him about that. Among other conversations, COVID-19, though, how is it doing?
Still doing the rounds globally, and we're looking at high numbers having been recorded in the United States. Now, the figure that I gave last week about vaccines occurring in the United States having been reported, now looking at that number now, we're looking at upwards of 50% of the American population having been vaccinated so far. Some states with good vaccination, we have some states as high as 70%, specifically California and New York in some cases. But there still seems to be the cry to have more and more vaccines done because, you can't control what the disease will do in terms of spreading. Speaking of spreading, if we're bringing things back home, the government has suspended parallel national celebrations in counties for this year's Mashujaa Day scheduled for October 20th, right? And this is why? To curb the spread of COVID-19. So according to Interior PS Karanja Kibicho, it'll only be marked in Kirinyaga County, a departure from the traditional practice where county commissioners have been leading similar celebrations at the grassroots. So they will be the host. No celebrations will take place in other counties, and they don't want to escalate the spread of COVID-19, and that's why they've gone ahead to freeze similar activities in other counties. All right. The toll as of the 24th was 5,082. So he made this announcement Friday after inspecting the preparations at Wangoro Stadium, the venue for the event which will be led by President Uhuru Kenyatta. So it will just be in Kirinyaga, nowhere else in the country. That's what's happening with that. Vaccinations continue. This weekend was interesting because it had quite a number of sites having been announced either by the Ministry of Health in conjunction with some private institutions, be it churches, schools, etc., neighborhood communities, to have vaccination drives done at their facilities. So it was interesting to see that we saw from Thursday until Sunday that was quite a lot that was happening, and the Ministry of Health, and I think perhaps this was the new tact that they took, to have certain institutions in areas then have drives within their premises. Because, other than that, they were not announcing where these vaccinations were available. So it was interesting to see that across the city, across the country, interestingly enough, schools, churches, private offices then were used as vaccination sites and centers, of course, then driven by the Ministry of Health. So the hope is that more and more people are being vaccinated as the days come, and more people are getting involved because realize, the first form of defense against this thing is to get vaccinated. And there are still quite a number of people who have not done that. So now the stepping in of these institutions seems to give this a boost that more people will get vaccinated because these institutions are stepping in to join hands with the ministry. So that's a good thing, Mespa?
Let me ask the question. In terms of targets, we haven't reached 5% yet.
Not yet, just under 5%.
All
actually.
right. So
inching closer and closer to 4.
Okay, so if we were to talk about the targets of government, has our government clearly stated how it has positioned its targeting? Meaning, by this particular period of time, we should have done 5%. By this particular period of time, we should have done 15%.
The hope is to have 10 million people vaccinated by December this year. This is what the government said that their intention is, to vaccinate the adult population to 10% by December. Now, from all indications, if we're at just under 3.6 is where we were by Friday, it'll be interesting to see where we are now. If this has happened in the last 6 months, 7 months, that we've gotten to, isn't it? Yeah? March to September. Yeah. If we've gotten there now, give or take December, January, we would have been at 10, assuming that the same...
I think we'll attain the 10 million by December, especially now that the private sector is buying vaccines on behalf of the government.
So the question that you asked about whether KEPSA's rollout has begun, it actually has. Yes.
Now that the private sector is buying vaccines, we'll reach the 10 million by December. The question is, then, beyond that, how are we doing? Let's take a break. It's 17 minutes after 6, Kenya's biggest conversation. We are live streaming on SpiceFM KE, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. We're also live on SpiceFM around the country, Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, Eldoret, Nyeri and Malindi. We'll be saying hello to everybody who's saying hello to us shortly. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Spice up your life.
Halo, umesikia?
Nimesikia nini?
Hujasikia habari? Hebu acha nikuambie. Kile kimetokea.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Don't wait for hearsay. Dial *550*1# to read the Standard e-paper from the convenience of your mobile phone for only 20 shillings from your telecom line, and stay up to date for a reliable source with over 100 years of experience with no additional data charges.
In the quest of saving an ailing son, Sonia does the unthinkable. Will the guilt of her misdeeds haunt her, or will she come clean? Catch Mother's Guilt at 6 p.m. every Monday to Friday, only on KTN Home.
The weather with Spice FM.
We're looking at partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. Certain parts at 14, highs of 25 and lows of 13. Nakuru is mostly clear at 14, highs of 24 and lows of 13. Nyeri town, 12 degrees and cloudy, highs of 24 and lows of 12. We're looking at clear conditions in Eldoret at 12, highs of 23 and lows of 12. Mombasa this morning. Light rain in some parts. It's going to clear up though. Cloudy conditions later, highs of 30 and lows of 23. Malindi, light rain at 25, highs of 29 and lows of 24. While in Kisumu, it's mostly cloudy at 19. It'll go to highs of 28 today. All right, let's look into Kakamega at 18 degrees. It's mostly cloudy, highs of 28 and lows of 14. Into Kampala, where it's mostly clear at 20, we'll see highs of 26 and lows of 18. Dar es Salaam is mostly sunny this morning as the sun comes up, 21 degrees, highs of 31, back down to lows of 21. Lagos, mostly clear conditions at 25. We'll see that as the low, highs of 31. And in Johannesburg, it's clear at 15, warming up considerably, going to highs of 27 and lows of 14. It's a rainy day in Kinshasa at 24, highs of 32, coming back down to lows of 24. Let's move out into the east of the globe. At 24, Beijing is sunny today, highs of 26 and lows of 16. Looking into Paris, mostly cloudy at 16, highs of 19 and lows of 11. And London is raining this morning at 18. It'll come down to lows of 12. Waking up to clear skies. It's still Sunday night in New York, however. We'll see highs of 22 and lows of 15.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
20 minutes after 6.
94.4.
Very many people are awake and tuned in already.
It amazes me how everybody gets up this morning like this every morning. It's good to see, though. Sergeya Likuyani, Kakamega County, already locked up. That's where Eric Meja is. Mombasa, tukondani kama mbegu ya avocado. Wow, okay. Joel Mwanyaga. Tuned in this morning as well. Odiado Samia Pamoja. Good morning, wonderful people. Kisumu Chair tuned in. Happy week. Seated pretty, waiting for the Luo, I think is what you meant. Proverb. A good day indeed. That's Becky Odhiambo tuned in. David Neto tuned in as well, joining into the conversation today. Bishogoro, we see you from Gitari. Dembele Victor tuned in from Doha in Qatar. Tuned in from Embu is where Pauline Muki is, and from Limuru, Waweru Wagoge is tuned in. Watching from Zambia, Doris Sakala, and tuned in from Kisumu, Delians Obunge. Sky, Phil, Ichumar tuned in from Doha as well. Ronald Onundo is tuned in. And Stanley also tuned in from Juja Farm live and clear. Bethwell Yegon is making you put on your patriotic hat today. Good morning from Eldoret. That's where Jerry is tuned in from. Amy Flipped tuned in from Awasi. Okay. Michael Gitao tuned in this morning. Looking forward to a great conversation as we are. Caroline Ongenga. Good morning, my people. Ndu, Eric, and CT. Tuned in from Kisumu. You are. Good to have you. And people have been waiting for this Luo proverb, so I hope CT today is going to deliver. Good morning from Gala Phase 2. That's where Dorcas is. Malindi, eh? Yes. Good morning. Listening as well from Nanyuki. We see all of you. Glad that you're in the show. Good morning and karibu.
City Muga.
Yes.
See him cleaning his glasses.
It's the day.
The Luo proverb. I will read it in Luo, or I will actually state it in Luo, and then give the interpretation. Ngama teko nyono kwisi Meru. Meru emedaogo.
Oh, it's not finished.
Okay. If you think you're going to Meru, Meru is not far.
Meru is your mother.
Oh, Meru is your mother?
Yes.
Okay.
A strong man has stepped on your mother's pipe. It is your mother you blame and quarrel with. Let me repeat it. Ngamatek on your nokwisi Meru. Meru emedaogo.
A strong man has stepped on your mother's pipe.
Yes.
It is your mother that you blame and you quarrel with.
Yes.
Not the strong man.
Yeah, you should know how to pick your battles, my friend.
Hey, have you mother? Where?
Safety first.
Okay. It's a cryptic one.
It is.
And it's a deep one.
It is. It tells you it's a community that women were pipe smokers.
Women were pipe smokers.
I had a great-grandmother who smoked a pipe, so I remember.
It's interesting that you say that, because I remember traveling and I saw a lady who, and I was told she would smoke the cigarette.
Yes.
Backwards.
Yes. She would insert the lit part in her.
And then expend the smoke the other way, and she would. It was amazing.
And would have a conversation with you as well.
Yes, she was an expert at this thing.
What's up with that, though?
I don't know. What is that thing?
Why?
I was
Why
amazed. And she sat there like it was,
it was normal. It was not.
Having a conversation every now and then, smoking. Okay, where is this thing this lady is smoking? It's in her mouth. Wow.
Internal combustion.
I'm telling you, she did not explode. And it was women. I thought that was really interesting.
That's an interesting proverb. We'll get the details and the depth of it as we continue with the show. Let's look at the newspaper headlines. Where you want to start?
Let's start.
I have been not perplexed, but I have actually just marveled at just the turmoil that is around and about us.
Okay.
South Sudan has just foiled a coup attempt. The problem in Ethiopia with the Tigrayans was considered a local conflict.
Yep.
The Eritreans are inside the conflict now. South Sudan are playing peacemaker. Sudan is being affected. Then you go to Rwanda. Rwanda sent 1,000 troops to Mozambique to help quell the problems in the province of Cabo Delgado. And I'm looking around and I'm looking at DRC. And I'm saying, my goodness, why is it that this region that we call Sub-Saharan Africa is rife with so many conflicts? Some of them seem mild, some of them don't seem to be reported, and they don't seem to get together the sort of momentum required for it to make global news. But the problem is people are dying, people are moving out of their countries.
Yep.
And then locally, we may not have a war as in the sense of an armed conflict. But remember the 12 counties that we said were where people were facing starvation and there was drought? Or the numbers haven't reduced.
No.
Now that to me is a sort of problem that is akin to a conflict. You know why? The results are the same. People die. People have to move. And now it's in country. Where do you move to?
Yeah, where are you going to go is the question. It's interesting that even as you're saying all this, there's an analysis report in the Standard today, and it's talking about how poor governance is the bane of Kenya's pitiable state of the economy. And so you're asking, so what is the problem with, if we're looking at countries within sub-Saharan Africa, why? Well, it looks at this and says that, poor governance. So the state of the economy is a function of good political governance or the lack of it. In recent months, many Kenyans have expressed concern about the state of the economy, in particular the increased joblessness, high cost of living, declining incomes, high taxes and huge public debt. Ordinary Kenyans across the country as well as the elites, have all focused discussions on the performance of the economy. The political leaders too have all tended to mainstream economics as their campaign platform, or so it seems. Discussions have even moved on to what types of economic models are relevant to the state of the economy. So it's looking at the economy being a major factor that shapes how people vote. Electoral campaigns are predicted on soundness of economic policies pursued by various parties. Often the failure to realize these policies affects the political survival of the administration. So...
Is that talking about Kenya? Or is it talking about Africa?
It's talking about Kenya specifically.
This country?
This country, Kenya. Yeah?
What affects voting patterns?
The economy.
Right.
The state of the economy affects voting patterns. In Kenya.
Okay.
Should I read it again?
Yes.
In Kenya, the economy is a major factor that shapes how people vote. Electoral campaigns are predicted on soundness of economic policies pursued by various parties. Often...
Just stop there for a moment.
Sir?
Somebody wrote that.
With their hand, yes, sir.
And it was a consequence of some research that they did.
It's interesting because this is actually an analysis by Bill Okero, right?
Yep.
And this is what he's saying, that, this is what it is, that what somebody's feeling at the point of the vote economically is going to affect the decision that they make.
No, it won't.
So.
It doesn't. It doesn't feature at all.
Bill Okero is somebody who he is a former senator.
Yes.
He is not a senator today.
He has even been a member of parliament.
I do not think Bill Okero is not in the Senate today because of the state of the people's pocket in 2017.
No. It isn't.
It's because of the leadership of Mandera, where he comes from, and what they decided they want to do, the clan leaders. So this whole... okay. To some extent, maybe we can say, yes, people feel disenfranchised. For example, today, why are people so riled up about the election and the next election? One, to people's economic status is playing a big role in this. But will it influence who they elect? It'll influence who they vote out, maybe. Will it influence who they bring in?
There must be reasons why that particular article was written, and there must be factors that have been considered to support that view.
Yeah.
But in terms of the weight it bears on our elections, that weight is remote. Our electoral patterns have nothing, absolutely nothing, to do with whether we have a drought, whether the country is being mismanaged. No. People don't vote along those. People don't even vote for people who have brought development, as we call it.
Yep. They actually tell you to fold up your development and go with it.
Yes.
We should bring Bill Okero. We should invite him. We'll invite Bill Okero to come and let's look at that. Let him explain in great depth and detail.
It would be wise for us to let him.
He's a seasoned politician. He's been a member of parliament, a member of the Senate. He's been a shadow finance minister. Yeah, so maybe there's something he's onto that we are not seeing.
Maybe he is. Maybe he is. The only thing that I can see is if people are poor, then one could say that their decision-making process can easily be manipulated.
Yeah.
That's where the economic factor would come in. Okay? But it would be good if Bill Okero was here.
Yes.
And it would be good if he himself explained to us
this
why
in
it
detail.
is he. Yes.
6:30. Let's take a break. How are the roads looking like? We'll tell you shortly, and then we'll also tell you Kenya is in trouble together with that road contractor for the expressway. Good morning. Kenya's biggest conversation of a Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Spice up your life.
Do you want to study abroad in 2022? Are you confused about what path your career will take in 5 years? The world is changing and so should you. Come meet professors and representatives from universities in the UK, Canada, Australia, and many more virtually from 27th September to 1st October 2021 with Uniserve Education to get first-hand information about the careers of the future. Visit uniserveeducation.com to register. Call 0734 004 003. Uniserve. Master your own destiny.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Still continues to build on Mombasa Road, and that's what it looks like most craziest this morning. That and the Thika Superhighway that has also piled up in the last few minutes. We're looking at traffic also on Jogo Road today. It's not past survey on the Thika Superhighway. It's coming out through towards Pangani, however, and that has built up quite some. We saw that action on Ngong Road this morning, and it still continues as it does on Langata Road, coming out into the city, coming out of Westlands, already piling up, and in and outbound then from Uhuru Highway to the city, out through Westlands and outbound as well. Okay, we'll keep looking at it. It's not too crazy though. Things are still at a manageable level. Hopefully it remains this way this Monday morning and we can get things moving. Talk to us should it get a little bit crazy in your neck of the woods. SpiceFMKE on Twitter. Text on 40127.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
All right,
94.4.
7. Groups accuse roads agency contractor of disobeying court. 2 activist groups opposed to the ongoing construction of the 62 billion shillings Nairobi Expressway Road want officials of Kenya and the Chinese contractors punished for disobeying the court. The groups, Katiba Institute and the Africa Center for Open Governance, AFRICOG, say the infrastructure project was implemented contrary to a court order. They argue that in 2018, the High Court issued temporary orders preserving the status quo of any project once an appeal has been filed at the National Environment Tribunal. On June 20th, the Katiba Institute filed an appeal at the National Environment Tribunal challenging the decision by NEMA to grant the Chinese contractor a license for construction of this 27-kilometer double-decker expressway. The groups argued that the infrastructure project, whose aim is to ease traffic congestion in Nairobi, should have been stopped until the appeal before the National Environment Tribunal is heard and determined. This is in accordance with Section 129 of the Environment Management and Coordination Act. So they went to court because they were saying NEMA authorized construction of the road without allowing adequate public participation, and that implementation of this project led to rampant felling of trees. So they were arguing that the green spaces in Nairobi are facing possible encroachment and degradation. Attempts by the environmentalists to force NEMA and the contractor to disclose information on the final design for the road flopped in December after the tribunal dismissed the request. So these two civic organizations took a matter to the Environment Tribunal. They expected that because the High Court has already given a ruling previously that if a matter has gone to the Environment Tribunal, then the project should not continue until the matter is determined, that project should not have started. So Kenha and its contractor, the Chinese company, are in breach of the law, of the court.
And do Kenha
The question is that going to shake anything?
Yeah?
Do Kenha believe that they're in breach?
Kenha, I don't know whether Kenha believes, but it depends on what the judges, whether the judges actually agree with the two.
Is the road construction still going on?
It is.
Right now, it's still going on.
Then it is clear they do not share that particular view.
They went on.
And they're still going on.
Yes.
You can imagine if at the time, were they privy to this information then?
Of course.
And they still carried on.
They should be found in contempt, if indeed they're in contempt. Now, if they're found to be in contempt, some good penalty would be nice. If they're found to be in contempt.
And they'll still continue with the road.
Well, I don't know whether it depends on what the court says. Shall the court order that this project stops?
Or that they just be found in contempt?
Or they just found in contempt and 2 or 3 people are thrown in jail and the project can then continue? I don't know. It would depend. Yeah, it'll depend.
It'll depend.
It'll depend.
So, family planning uptake drops due to COVID-19. This is a big issue because over the last few years, looking at the role that family planning has played in society, it seems to have taken a roll back now because of COVID. And let's look at the reasons why. A report has shown that contraceptive use has dropped from 5.4 million in 2019 to 5 million last year. The use of modern forms of contraception are on the rise. A drop in the use of contraceptives may see Kenya record an increased number of unwanted pregnancies and unsafe abortions, according to a Ministry of Health report. The data by the Kenya Health Indicator Survey 2021 shows that contraceptive use dropped by those numbers between 2019 and 2020, attributing this to the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, more than half of the women using contraceptives, at 54%, use injectables as a preferred contraceptive method, with emergency contraceptives and female condoms being the least used at only 1%. Statistics from this report show that family planning visits have dropped significantly since the COVID-19 pandemic. This can be attributed to the adverse effects of the pandemic, especially the loss of sources of income for people. So then, making a visit to the doctor for a lot of people, where they would normally go and get a 3-month injectable or such, became a luxury. Now, when you're looking at other things that are affecting, how you do things on a daily basis, are you going to go look for food? Are you going to go run your business? Or are you going to go make the trip to see your GP about this? So, according to Health CAS Rashid Aman, statistics show that family planning visits have dropped significantly because of this. He said, in addition to creating awareness, the government will make contraceptives accessible to users. All right. Data shows that the number of married women using modern family planning methods increased by about 36% to 61% this year. Men are key players in the conversations around family planning and should be involved, he went on to say. According to the ministry's report of 2019, over 2.4 million unintended pregnancies were prevented because of this. We also saw that as with the onset of COVID, we saw that hike in teenage pregnancies, especially. Other factors brought that in, but then family planning now and the data showing the loss of this use came about as a result of this. So, looking at some of the numbers, 77.5% as per 2020 data. Kirinyaga leads in the uptake of modern contraceptives, the prevalence rate amongst the married women, compared to 2.3% in Mandera. Family planning uptake stood at 61%, while contraceptive prevalence rate was at 68% for all methods and demand satisfaction of 77%. Kenya's fertility rate has dropped in the last decade from 4.6 to 3.4 births per woman between 2009 and 2020. So unwanted pregnancy, looking at having manageable families is a big deal for the Ministry of Health and for the country at large. But then seeing that this has dropped, and so the ministry is trying to make sure that they get on.
What are the reasons again? So the COVID year.
Yeah.
One, we can obviously look back at that time when hospitals had discouraged people from going to the hospital.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So I think that can be chalked down as one of the factors that led to a slower uptake in terms of there's a gap there in a month or two.
Yes,
where
people
did not basically go for the family planning methods. Then the other thing that you've said is what? Is rising cost of living.
Yeah. So they're going to get your family planning injectable or whatever turned out to be a luxury. You're not going to buy
it's a cost you can't afford.
Or that you would apply to something else that was more important at that time. You know?
But
even if it would appear as a nominal amount for some people, for a lot of people it isn't.
The point you make is actually very correct and supported by research. Care-seeking behavior is not considered a priority for very many households. It is considered a priority for children. Mothers go because they have children.
Yes.
But when it comes to male members of the family, it is the last consideration.
Oh, really?
You seek health care services when you're probably on your deathbed.
Yeah,
it's true. It's true. Even now, it's interesting that this is even happening because if I can just segue just a little bit, there are people that we know right now who are dealing with family members who are suffering from COVID, right?
Yeah.
Running back and forth, getting treatment, etc., etc. So you ask a question yourself: Have you checked? Because you're in the vicinity. Have you checked? No. Have you been vaccinated? No. Why? Because I'm dealing with this issue right now and I need to take care of these people. So seeking self-care is actually on the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to the things that you have to deal with. So we are thinking about feeding your children when you lost your livelihood. You're not thinking about family planning at that point. It doesn't come up.
It would be interesting to see whether in the last 1 year the number of pregnancies has also shot up.
It has.
Not in teenagers.
No.
Among adults.
Yes.
Okay.
It has.
Significantly so?
Yes.
Okay. So compare 2020 and 2019.
Okay, so between 2020 and 2019, just hold on, I'll get that number for you because I just saw it and then it ran away from me. Okay, I have to come back to you on that.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay. You'll come back with that, eh?
Yes.
Sawa. So yesterday, interestingly, was the International Day of Contraceptives, was it?
Yes, it was. Over this weekend, yes.
Okay. Very interesting story there. City, do you have the Business Daily with you?
No.
Sorry.
Not today. Okay, you
got
got
it.
it.
Moving on. 35%. 35% an increase between 2018 and 2020 of pregnancies in adult women.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's an increase by 35%. That's quite some. You're looking at a third. So.
Yep, that's a significant number. Let's take a break then. At 7:15, Kenya's biggest conversation continues. We're looking at more newspaper headlines shortly. Wherever you are. Our friend from 40 Jesus Busia says hello. Bashir Were wa Busia. He's listening out of 40 Jesus. Yeah. Not Fort.
40. Is that a thing?
40 Jesus in Busia. Yes.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Spice up your life.
Forgiveness is always conditional. Even before God, There's nothing like unconditional forgiveness.
Government doesn't pay you pension until you retire. In fact, they have no money for you. The day you retire, they look for it.
This country is punishing many young people. These young people are more susceptible to be deceived, to be taken advantage of, and they're more susceptible to be bought off.
Let us also talk about where we want our country to go. You know, we are a population of very young people.
We're in a state of capture. The judiciary is under duress. Parliament is in the pocket of the executive. You don't sit and wait for the regime to topple itself. It will never do so.
By the way, let me tell you, these guys are so persuasive. I'm telling you, they can persuade you to sell your grandmother. I'm telling you, they can sell sand in the desert.
Ceci, has anybody on this program said to you as a guest, say, "Oh, shut up, we don't want to be told what to do"? Has you ever that kind of... Has anybody been
Listen, I will not listen.
A bit of advice. Because you're working on the premise that we should all pay heed to these proverbs. It's a very suspect notion.
14 minutes to So schools are closing again.
Yes. On Friday, schools will close.
No sooner than
had they opened.
Surely.
And no sooner than will they close, they will open again. Yeah.
As the first term of 2021 comes to an end this week, parents are feeling the pressure of having to pay school fees after just 2 months. With learners in primary and secondary schools closing for a 1-week holiday, parents must pay school fees on October 10th, the 4th time they'll be doing so this year. It's particularly difficult for parents whose children are in Form 1. We paid fees for a full term just last month. Some of the learners have been in school for hardly a month, and they'll be closing.
That's right.
The guys who reported to Form 1 just the other day.
August something there, yes.
And you bought uniform, you bought hockey stick, you bought everything, you branded their clothes, blah, 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 blah. You bought a new box.
You don't have to buy those things again.
But you spent all that money.
Yes.
And then you'll be paying for second term.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. This is... The school calendar was reorganized, obviously, because of COVID-19 to make these things work. Now the pain is... You know, if we look at what was happening as the schools were reopening, first of all, school heads were talking about many parents had arrears for the previous year.
Previous term.
And now when it started, so we are basically piling up arrears. There was a whole back and forth between the ministry headquarters and telling teachers, do not send children back home. Let the children come to school. Let the young ones come to me.
And yeah, you're right. So there were arrears from the previous year, and then you got into a new year and a new term. And look, there are still arrears from the last one. So exactly, it's piling up. And they're going to be out of school for 10 days. They're going to come back, and then they'll be in school for another 2.5 months, and then we'll close the very tail end of December. No sooner than they will go back to school on the 4th of January. So let's just look at the current situation, but also what is going to happen in the very next few months.
So October 10th, they reopen. Then they close in December.
December 23rd.
And then January, they open.
4th. You know, sometimes we think that December, we think that December 20th is like a month away from January, which it is, but it's actually just some 10 days there.
10,
you know?
week.
Yeah, it's a week. So you're going to go back after just a week. And the let up for parents in terms of what you can then save and put aside is not going to come until the end of 2022.
The issue, though, of some head teachers inflating school fees is still rife.
It is.
The ESCC has actually written to the Ministry of Education asking for a list of head teachers who have flouted fee guidelines for action. The Teacher Service Commission has started investigating some school principals, and in fact, one has been interdicted. In an attempt to lessen the parents' burden, the ministry reduced the fees for secondary schools since the academic year will take 30 weeks instead of the usual 39. Fees for national schools slashed by 8,500. Those for extra county schools slashed by 5,500.
You know, this conversation, actually, we ought to have it with somebody who represents the Head Teachers Association. You know why? Every year, there are pronouncements by the ministry regarding reduction, compliance, penalties for non-compliance. Why is it still rife? Why is it that head teachers, some are more silent than others, still continue to charge what is considered more. The knee-jerk response to this is, well, there are some rogue head teachers who simply want to benefit from the situation. Is that the only story behind this, though?
No. You see, this is the thing. Unfortunately, in this situation, you have to look at two sides of because no matter how thin you slice it, right? There are those who think, okay, this is nice, but here you are slashing things. How are we supposed to keep up?
Slashing things when the cost of everything else is going up.
It's going up, right? And you have to look at it from that side as well. In as much as the way in which they go about bringing in this extra income could be a bit dodgy, right? The reasons as to why they're doing it are very valid for them, because they say, all right, it's cut from the ministry, but here we are with 1,000+ children. What are we supposed to do? This is the argument that they will come up with. They call it supplementary here and there, because that's essentially what it's going to do. Supplement what the ministry is going to do.
It would be good to have somebody who is a member of the
It would be very nice to hear the explanation from their side.
Let's invite him, Kahindi Muli, the chair.
Sure,
right?
We'll do that.
This thing has lasted. I mean, it's perennial. Okay,
and they're not even, there's no fear. Or there's no fear. Like, okay, the ministry is going to come after me, or whomever is going to come after me. So there must be a reason. Why? There must be. There's even no fear, because if I go to school and I know very well that this is a directive from the ministry and I see that you're charging me extra, I'll come to that document and say, look, here, you said you're not allowed to do that. There's no fear that you will take this and then go and report me. So...
like, there's something that people in the Ministry of Education, teachers and people within the ministry itself know and understand that the rest of us don't.
Yep. They all know what they're talking about and what they're dealing with. Kotu Secretary General Francis Atwoli has penned an opinion piece in The Nation today, and he's talking about the CBC system. The headline, Why the Authorities Must Listen to Criticism of the New Education System. He says, for CBC to work, the government needs to first invest heavily in the learning environment. It's near impossible to implement CBC with an estimated 56-to-1 pupil-to-teacher ratio. Ideally, CBC requires a maximum of 20-to-1. Second, is the overbearing reality that many schools have inadequate facilities and classrooms to make education conducive. To ensure equity, the government must heavily invest in day schools and also recruitment, training and review of teachers' welfare. Third, he says, investment, financial and emotional, required from parents and the government is a lot. And with the economic hardships we are facing, it may not be possible to implement this system at the moment. Many parents are struggling to make ends meet after losing jobs because of COVID. And Francis Atwoli says the economic assumptions underlying CBC make it nothing short of ridiculous if looked at vis-a-vis our socioeconomic realities. Much later, when we have enough teachers, when we have invested in the learning environment, when we understand why we want to educate our children, and when the economy has grown and parents are being remunerated well, maybe then we can think about implementing CBC. In short, if you just look at that, Atwoli is saying, let's just go back to it for this thing will not work. We first must increase the classrooms, we must hire more teachers, we must invest heavily until all the ducks are in a row. Don't open the gate.
Actually, that may not, it is what is ideal, but things rarely work that way. You know, the discussion around CBC cannot just center around CBC. It must center around an education system that meets the needs of the country now and into the future. So the question you want to ask yourself is was that the thinking of the people who are behind this curriculum? The people because they didn't work on the curriculum overnight and then presented it the following day.
Of course.
It took time. Now, are we also asking the question, do countries need to actually have a program and a plan to constantly tweak the education system to meet the challenges that they encounter? And the answer to that is actually yes. You need to go, and that is why you have an entire institute of curriculum development. Now, if they come up with this and they suggest this is what we think we ought to do, now they are the ones who come up with it, but they don't have the muscle to implement it.
It's interesting. The muscle to implement it is the issue here, right? There's also a special report in the Standard today that's talking about this and saying importing failure, because they're saying the system that has been touted to be the best, the one that has been borrowed essentially from Finland, is taking a situation in an economy that would essentially have all its ducks in a row and says, look, we've done all of this, and this education system clearly is the one that we would adopt. Now, what they've done is adopted that system and tried to plug it in to a system where all these other factors then have not been taken into consideration. And because of that is why it cannot work. That's what they're saying, that you can't just copy and paste. The environment into which you're pasting also needs to mirror that where you've copied it from.
I think what CBC has done, it has done a good thing. We talk about this every time on this show. The kind of investment that our government, successive governments, have done to the education sector. And this is exposing it. The fact that we can change a system and we suddenly realize that our people to teacher ratio is 56:1, tells you something.
Yes.
That we can change the system and we suddenly realize we don't actually have enough facilities. We are not increasing the number of children that are going to school.
No, we're not.
It's the same children going to school. But we don't have desks, we don't have classrooms, we don't have enough teachers, we don't have... How much investment has been going to the education sector for the last 30, 40 years?
Even with the old system.
Yes.
Even with the old system. And then now you have a system which requires so much more in terms of an infrastructure to get it going.
Modern day, addressing the modern day needs of a learner.
Surely.
And here we are.
It's not just in Kenya, interestingly enough, very quickly, Eric, that other countries around the continent that have by the way, CBC is not a Kenyan thing, eh? The other countries that have adopted this curriculum have more or less abandoned it. Tanzania, for example, competency-based education was introduced in 2005. It had not been abandoned officially, but teachers across the country have reverted to their old way of teaching because, this thing, we can't do it. Here you are offering us a new system of education. That's nice, but we don't have the tools to be able to do this. So guess what? As you're there talking about it, we are going to continue what we know. They've gone on to do that. We are looking at other countries where Zambia, same thing. Senior lecturer talking about the fact that, we've reverted to old teaching methods because you've not provided us what we need to be able to have this done. We're looking at Namibia, same thing. Rwanda, competency-based was anchored on learning, a learner-centered learning-centered curriculum. Education research has shown that teachers were struggling to adapt to the curriculum, and many reported that learners were not acquiring the new skills as required. So what do? Revert to the old way of teaching across the continent. We're not just talking about Kenya. So you take something and you hope to fit a round peg into square holes. It cannot work. So I do agree that the infrastructure needs heavy investment. If you are not ready to do what the Finnish did, then don't touch it. On that I would say, because the curriculum is beautiful in terms of what it can do in the lives of learners, in terms of education.
The question is, though, can we actually get this investment done in the next 5 years? Yes, we can.
Yes, but
how much money is required? We can invest in our education system and make sure that CBC can roll out smoothly.
But isn't that where we are? Isn't that the crux of the matter, though, Eric?
But
that
we're not
is
even
there a
discussing
willingness to do just that? And
Yep.
nobody's saying throw money at it at once. You can begin to invest in stages. You can do that. But is there a willingness?
This should have actually
and
has started to
comprehension of
happen
that?
from 2003 when we implemented free primary education.
It should have happened.
This is the point. We should be looking back and saying since 2003 we have X number of new schools, X number of new classrooms, X number of extra teachers. Well, we've seen the extra teachers. Have we seen extra schools? We haven't. All we do is we see CDF, NGCDF building gates.
Do you even see teachers being transferred? And
Eric, if you look at the
replaced?
funding, for instance, the British government gave our country
for education.
Yes.
Oh.
It wasn't just for. It was for everything that you're mentioning. They understood very clearly that for you to improve on this education system, it's not just a question of, classrooms. It's everything that goes with learning. But not long after that money had been given, what were we visited with? A scandal.
Yep.
Money in the ministry. This money that we'd been given, the same nonsense we deal with every so often. It's misplaced. So on. This has happened or this has not happened.
Yeah.
It was the same story.
This is a big conversation. Let's see if we can carry it over into the next hour for a bit. A very good morning to you. It is 7 a.m.
Sugar and spice.
spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Kenya has received a second batch of doctors from Cuba under the country's healthcare program. Cuban Ambassador Ernesto Gomez-Diaz said the group of 53 doctors is ready to serve Kenyans of all walks of life. In addition, the ambassador pointed out that 15 more doctors are expected to arrive in the country soon. It will be remembered that the Ministry of Health had recommended 101 Cuban doctors, although due to COVID-19 pandemic, only 68 were deployed. Now, ODM presidential hopeful Jimmy Wanjigi has been forced to postpone his visit to the coast region following tensions with party management in the area. Wanjigi was expected to arrive in the coastal region yesterday to begin his popularization campaign today, but could not do so because he hadn't received a list of members who would accompany him for the party leadership. Last weekend, Wanjigi completed his tour of the Nyanza region. Meanwhile, Wanjigi's presidential ambitions has caused disquiet in ODM, especially due to his frequent statements that have appeared to be against party leader Raila Odinga. Last week, ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna accused him of opening party offices in Murang'a County without following the due procedure. He also claimed that so far his name has not been listed among the ODM candidates.
So if you are going to open an office in Runyenjes and you don't tell me that now you can send the officials of the party, who are the elected officials of the party, to man that office, you want to run your own parallel party delegates or party officials, that's not something we can allow. So we are saying, please keep your benevolence. If you will not run it through us and you find that it is too restrictive for you, that's the way you are writing me long letters about other things. Why is it difficult to do one line and say, Sifuna, we are opening an office in Runyenjes? You're sending me entire love letters, but you can't write to me and tell me that your intention is to open an office in Karachuonyo. That is being dishonest.
The family of Orie Rogo Manduli, the first Kenyan woman to participate in the safari rally, has announced that she'll be buried on October 9th. Family spokesperson Gord Semelango said this is after Manduli's daughter Elizabeth Rogo fell ill and is hospitalized at the Nairobi hospital. In addition, the family has announced that it is continuing to raise funds for the funeral, which will take place in her home in Tondori, Kitale, Trans Nzoia County. Agriculture CS Peter Munya has once again assured farmers in the country that revenue from tea will continue to improve. Addressing tea growers in Nyeri County, Munya said his ministry has already cut the amount of money that KTDA directors have been receiving from farmers, aimed at ensuring a farmer in the country benefits from the sale of the crop. At the same time, Munya warned clerks involved in fraud during weighing of tea at checkpoints, saying the perpetrators will be fired.
Hii sheria tumepitisha, sheria mpya ya chai imekata ile pesa inaenda kwa KTDA. Hapo mbeleni ilikuwa 2.5%, tumeteremsha sasa imekuwa 1.5%, tumekata na 1%, na tumeteremsha kisheria. Ile jambo lingine linasumbua mkulima ni pale kwa tea buying center. Hapo kuna shinda kubwa, ile weighing machine inakuwa interfered with, unaenda ukinyang'anywa kilo. Lakini tea board inaajiri watu wataitwa inspector na watakuwa wakitembea randomly, wajulikane wakija na kuja hapa, unaona umeinterfere, wewe unafutwa na unapelekwa kotini.
Two people died following a road accident involving a boda and a bus in Kivandini area on the Thika Garissa Highway. Muthui Police Chief Mary Njoki said the boda was entering the main road from Masenga area when it was hit by a Garissa-bound bus from Nairobi. The boda operator and a passenger died on the spot, while another was rushed to Muthui Level 4 Hospital in critical condition. The bodies of the deceased are being preserved at the Muthui mortuary. Now, the national sevens team Shujaa are through to the semi-finals of the Edmonton Sevens after edging Germany 24-17 in their semi-final played yesterday. Jeff Oloch's try gave Innocent Simi유's men the lead as Levi Amunga converted for a 7-0 mark just after the start. Oloch landed his brace, Amunga making no mistake in the conversion to extend Kenya's score to 14-0 in what was hitherto a one-sided affair. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
All right, you close your eyes and open them, and then in a blink and a flash, there's traffic everywhere. And we're looking at traffic on Uhuru Highway today. It's quite messy, all the way from the Nyeri Stadium roundabout out towards Westlands and inbound as well. Jogo Road has built up quite some, spilling over onto Lusaka Road, and then in one direction, and then Landis Road on the other. Not too bad on Landis, actually moving along quite well into the city. Then industrial area, we're looking at Likoni Road, quite packed onto the Likoni interchange. Then on Mombasa Road, Enterprise Road as a back way to get onto Mombasa Road, not looking too bad right now. Ngong Road continues to be a thing as it does on Langata Road today as you get to the Wilson Airport. Very, very slow this morning. We're looking at it getting to Aerodrome, also quite slow, and it's packed there. So Monday morning started with a bang, and there's a lot of traffic everywhere you look, but hopefully we can get it out of it without too much of a scratch. Let's try at least. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, that's how you get in touch. Text on 40127. Let's keep things moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room,
on
the only way to start your day.
21, Kenya's biggest conversation enters the second hour. C.T. Muga, take us to Meru.
This is actually Luo land. The mention of the word Meru, it's not Meru, Meru. Okay, Meru. Your mother. Okay? Ngamatek onyono kwesi Meru. Meru emedaogo.
Ngamatek what?
Ngamatek onyono kwesi Meru.
So which one is the pipe?
Kwesi.
Kwesi. Ngamatek onyono kwesi Meru.
Yes, Meru.
Meru.
Ema idaogo.
Meru Ema Idaogo.
It's actually much longer than this. I took the literary liberty of just paraphrasing that last bit. It's actually something like around 3 or 4 sentences.
But
when I first heard it, as a very young person, I considered it hilarious.
say the long form, just for kicks.
Okay. Ngamateko nyono kwesi Meru. Meru eme daogo. Mama. Ango miketu kwesi eyo majivuote. Essentially, you ask your mom, why do you put your pipe on a path where you know people are going to walk?
That's a nice one. Actually, don't edit it, man.
Why
do you put your pipe on
a path where you know people are going to walk on that path? And yet, the pipe was actually next to your mother.
But you can see the person who has stepped on it.
Yes, and this big-footed fellow, he was just careless and stepped on it. So you must find reason to justify the stepping on your mother's pipe.
Justify the stepping on or justify the moving of the pipe?
No, justify why the pipe had to be stepped on. Because it's the pipe's fault. And the owner of the pipe is on to blame. Not the person who stepped on it.
Yeah, why are you putting the pipe where people are going to pass, surely?
I don't know. Kwesi, in Ashanti, Kwesi means man. I was trying to draw parallels between this pipe that has been moved and a man being... Anyway, move on.
Yes. So
in English?
A strong man has stepped on your mother's pipe. You then blame your mother.
A strong man has stepped
on your mother's
husband.
pipe.
Blame the man.
You blame your mother.
Or blame your mother. Okay.
By the way, the parallels are immense.
I'm telling you.
And they are many.
Yeah.
And if you look at the kicking down of the can down the road that is habitual in this country, it's very easy to see how it ties in with the proverb. No, it's
no. Yeah.
It's them. not
you, the electorate. Why do you elect us? Essentially, you're being told, why do you allow us to behave badly? It's your fault.
It's your fault. Had you not selected us, you wouldn't.
And had you not allowed us to behave badly, yes. Why do you allow us to give you bribes? If you don't allow us to give you bribes, we won't bribe you.
And now because you allow us to give you bribes, you have to allow us to recover.
Yes.
Recoup our investment.
So it's your fault.
It's your fault. I'm a tech.
What's my tech? Bad.
Tech is strong.
Strong. Okay.
And tech could also mean hard.
Or like
yes,
Otek.
Otek, yes, it's hard.
Hard's more.
But Gamatek is a person who is strong.
A strong person.
Yes.
All right. So, special report in the Standard this morning, importing failure, lessons from countries teaching CBC. And in The Nation, there's an opinion piece by Francis Atwoli, the Court Secretary General, who says, well, we are implementing CBC before we've done a lot of things that we needed to do to ensure that CBC is well aligned. So again, those lessons that are there, importing lessons from the countries that are teaching CBC, some of those.
Well, so to date, let me just start. There's no African country that has recorded high learning achievement in terms of raising scores in reading and mathematics simply because of transitioning to the competency-based curriculum. And not because it was not possible, but because the infrastructure then was not complementary to allow them to do this. So let's look at Tanzania. Competency-based education was introduced in 2005. It had not been abandoned officially, but teachers have reverted to old teaching methods and said, this we cannot do. According to a study that was conducted by Sotko Claudius Komba, who's a university at the Sokoine University of Agriculture, the model is not working, as about 90% of teachers have no understanding or even knowledgeable about the objectives of a competency-based curriculum. Now, one of the things that is vital when it comes to this, training for teachers.
Right.
Taking them through the process. Not today's school is starting and guess what? There's a new system.
They need to understand the philosophy of this whole thing. Why CBC?
Prior training needs to happen. Clearly, Tanzania, this did not happen. And they said, you know what? Thank you very much. Your curriculum, just put it over here. We were continuing. Many Tanzanian teachers, when asked what the new system was all about, had this to say. To be honest, we do not even know what the competency-based curriculum is all about. So, you keep talking, we will keep teaching.
CBC.
No, at all. Implementation of competency-based curriculum in Zambia is also in doldrums. According to Dr. Innocent Mutale Mulenga, a senior lecturer in education at the University of Zambia, in his remarks in a study that he conducted just 2 years ago in 2019, he said the curriculum was introduced in 2013 and was likely to remain merely as a vision. So they're still seeing it from far, as teachers had reverted to old teaching methods as well. In his study, he found that 70% of teachers in Lusaka did not know what CBC was, as most of the lecturers who inducted them also did not understand it.
Yes.
They were inducted by people who did not know what they were doing, but they were inducted.
Yep.
Similar case in where? Namibia, where the education sector had been struggling to implement the CBC training. Recently, some Namibian education experts and teachers said the model was not working as the curriculum did not fit in the Namibian context. Eric, do you remember you specifically said a couple of weeks ago, this thing needs to be contextualized, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Taking a system of education and contextualizing it to your current situation, there is nothing wrong with that. But we just want to be able to take it and fit it by force.
Copy paste. Control C, Control V.
In this case, where you're pasting it, the place doesn't exist to even paste.
Actually,
you're pasting in oblivion.
Actually, if you look at our education system and everything that we've tried to do to tweak it, the problem isn't with the planning and the curriculum building. Those are professionals who even know how to tweak the very thing you're saying. It's when it's politicized. Okay? 844 was politicized. Meaning, we've got this system to show that the Nyayo government is doing something that other people
about
have not
education.
done. Yes. By the way, it even had a period where we were supposed to pilot it.
Yeah.
It was all there. I have never seen a more hurried pilot than that one in my life. It started, and before it started, probably it ended.
It did.
So you're wondering, but I thought we're supposed to gather information to do this. Now, there are people who are more prepared for the 844 than others. They had figured the 844, started building classrooms. They even put workshops, teachers' houses. Okay? So you could argue that they were prepared. At the planning stage and at the conceptualization and making sure you have a system that could fit us, believe me, those who develop curriculum in this country do a good job.
They do.
Don't ever confuse them with the politicians who then come in the Ministry of Education and try now to twist it, turn it, make it into some other tool that it never was. Because with every system that we have, there's some funding that is attached to it. That's where our problems begin.
True.
Some of it we get support from. Now, the moment we get support for it, my friend, then a song and dance ensues. Suddenly this should go this. Changes are required. This is required. And everything that is being discussed involves money.
Indeed.
So the whole curriculum and the issue around it gets lost. And then you have this situation of, we're not sure. And yet in the planning, everything was there. The funding involved, what was to be done, everything was laid out.
What I'd like to know, though, from PS, Dr. Joan, who was head of curriculum development, and now he's PS for basic education. And the lady who's now the PS for implementation, who's chairing the implementation committee of this particular program. On paper, when it was designed, how much time was given to build capacity?
Yes.
Because all those things that we are saying, we are very good at putting things on paper and saying capacity, we shall improve capacity. But was it also realistic? Was it subjected to proper audit and said, okay, this is realistic? You have said that within 16 months, 12 months, 16 months, 18 months, 2 years, 3 years, we are going to reach a certain capacity where we can start rolling out CBC. Was it realistic? Can we say that when they were putting it down, so what is required, we need to increase the number of teachers. Maybe they were saying hire 100,000 new teachers every year. Realistic? No, it's not.
You know what often happens with these plans? It is not just one scenario. It's several scenarios. If we have this and we do this, this is the end goal.
Yes.
Okay? This is how we can approach it. Given what we have currently, this is what we can do. If we get this and this is what we can do. They present not one scenario, several scenarios. I'm not bringing in the political element lightly. I'm bringing it in because it's what confuses everything.
Indeed.
You see, for instance, when counties talk about not getting funding, do you think it is actually a funding issue or do you think it's a political issue? Good. As you ponder it, it is the same thing. You have a plan for education, you have a plan for what? For health, you have a plan for everything else. There are ministries that never seem to complete whatever funding they're given, they never use it. Never, ever. For whatever reason. Health is key, education is key. Have you ever heard the Ministry of Defense complaining that they didn't quite get the funds that they needed for what they wanted to do? Maybe they can't complain, but you never hear it. Where they could complain, but we never hear the complaints, is perhaps in the police service. Because you look at our police, these fellows, there are things they should be getting, they never get, Someone is wearing a pair of shoes, you look at this shoe and you wonder, now this thing, if somebody, he's supposed to chase someone, how is he going to chase someone with this shoe that he's wearing? Or he's wearing shoes that are dress shoes, these are his own personal shoes, coming to work. What am I saying? I'm saying that even when these things are budgeted for, and I'm not talking about the COVID period, when we know that there have been challenges, this has been our lifelong story. Because alongside these stories, I wouldn't kick such a fuss if we didn't also read of monies that couldn't be, whose losses or whose consumption couldn't be explained. Yes. And it's perennial.
So the politicization of this, for example, this CBC system is what is leading us to where we are.
Yes.
And the reality of it is that we are rolling out a system. Kenyan teachers, just the same way those Tanzanian teachers and Zambian teachers are talking about, Kenyan teachers are talking about those who are trained to be trainers of trainers, and they came to train the teachers.
They didn't understand it either.
They didn't understand either.
No.
So teachers would ask, excuse me, so how now do we apply this? No, this one, you just apply it. Basically, you're being trained and the person who's training has not bought into what they're training. we have a system where those who are implementing it do not understand its philosophy. And I think that's the same thing that Atwoli is even saying in this piece of his. He says, when the time comes, we should focus on the philosophy behind CBC and not the practice. This would mean thinking about making CBC more African. As currently adopted, the system looks foreign and one that doesn't take into stock our socioeconomic realities. This is the case with many ideas we have adopted from the West, which we more or less copy and paste. 844 was arguably a good system of education that should have been improved on to cater for the growing need for skills and technological advancement. What Kenyans needed was not to overhaul the education system, but to review 844 to more or less inculcate some practical skills and digital features in it. For now, the government ought to bring on board all key players and have an honest, inclusive and candid conversation about the kind of education system that we need if the CBC system will work, whether or not we should go back to 844, how we should appreciate our teachers, and what needs to be done to avert a catastrophe in this sector.
You know, the article seems to assume that those who came up with the CBC didn't think of all these things.
Yes.
No, go ahead.
They thought about it, eh?
Look.
And then?
You see, let's begin with just the concept of free primary education. The reason why the discussion is always hot and heavy is because it's considered a basic human right. Access to learning. Because it has many attendant benefits, proven over eons of the existence of mankind. Okay? Now, when you have that basic understanding, remember, for many people, again, it's generational, heard of free primary education in 2003 when the NAC government talked about it.
Yeah.
It was not the first time it was being talked about. In this country, the first concept of free primary education came in 1970. Okay? It came, it went. Okay?
Was it implemented?
The thing is, it's never fully implemented. There are always attempts to implement it, and somewhere along the line something happens and it never gets fully implemented.
Okay.
Or in theory it's implemented, but then you're charged this fee and you're charged that fee and you do the math and you say, but why don't you just let us pay the fees? Because all these other things that you're telling us are not fees and yet you're paying add up to more than the actual fees that we're paying before.
You know, this thing of implementation then being an issue, it's not just here. And interestingly enough, looking at this same report where they're talking about Ethiopia, very little progress has been made towards improving technical skills through the CBC approach, as most teachers do not have full confidence in the curriculum. And according to a study that was done there, the curriculum is stronger on paper than raising learning outcomes, right? So it looks fantastic.
Yep.
It would be able to win in the state fair. You put a blue ribbon on it. But in terms of implementation, to actually see that learners are grasping, it isn't. According to this report, the main problem of curricula being tested in sub-Saharan Africa is the reality of the education systems in terms of teacher education and motivation, physical learning facilities, learning inputs, supervision and leadership in schools had never been taken into account. In effect, the situation is much more complicated in Francophone Africa, where various forms of competency-based curricula have been in place since 2006, 2008 in 23 countries, including Benin, Djibouti, Gabon, Guinea, Madagascar, Mali, and Senegal. But unfortunately, very little learning achievement had been recorded. Is it not across board that you have this curriculum? It looks great, you know? You read it and you want to gobble it up. But the situation whereby certain infrastructure is needed that essentially will trickle down to actual learner education is missing.
You know, everything that you say has a cost component to it.
Indeed.
And this is where our problems arise.
Yes.
These things are budgeted for and we purpose for it to actually be enacted. The money disappears. Or the money is used for something else. We've been talking about Kenya, the blueprint. The blueprint for this road is beautiful. Remember, they even had public participation, talking with people who live in those areas, people who might be affected, the signage that was supposed to be there, the barriers that were supposed to be there, the lighting that was supposed to be there on these roads. Beautiful stuff. Do you see any of that stuff? Like, for instance, signage as to where you should turn. My friend, there's a microscopic sign, an arrow. You more or less have to put your head next to your windscreen to be able to see that sign.
They're doing it.
What am I saying? It's costed, the money is available, a fraction of it is used.
And the rest goes elsewhere.
The rest always goes elsewhere. It did not start with this government. With this government, it's just rampant. It's everything. When we're told that corruption is budgeted for, or everything it's budgeted, it's in the budget. Believe me, in those early days when we had programs that never seemed to come to fruition, it was not that there wasn't money set aside for it. Money was set aside, but the money always found its way elsewhere.
You know what? And I even as looking at another angle to this right now, even as parents complain about the added work and attention that has to be paid, I don't even really think that's an issue. Those are bumps along the way that you figure out. But if you want to go back to the Finnish model, because we had European countries also flocking to Finland to ask, how exactly did you guys do this? But one thing rang very clear, that they invested heavily in this. Their teachers are amongst the highest paid in the world. And I'm not talking about just in education. I'm talking across professions. Some of the highest paid in the world, their teachers are. They have world-class classrooms. They have world-class in terms of equipment. So what does that mean? That they developed this curriculum, but then they also put in the different elements that are going to be required for the end result. Now, if you're going to copy something like this, best be ready to copy everything that comes along with it, because that is what they did to make sure that it worked. And now what would be the result of this is that you had students who were actually getting this premier education. The bumps that we see, people complaining, oh, I can't go buy a ball of string at 6 o'clock, whatever, those are just, just a very little part of it. But to see that an education system in the country is running from end to end, it's very nice to say. But all of the politics, they're going to be talking about this thing back and forth. If you're not ready to spend and invest, as those who came up with the system did in the first place to get it working, then I truly then do agree. Forget about it. You'd rather do it right and completely. Don't do half-baked. Leave it alone. And I think maybe sometimes that reality that you want to come to is a bit painful too. And you say, because we've already started to roll it out and people already... No. If anything worth doing is worth doing well. This system, beautiful in terms of what it could offer for learners, in terms of education, beautiful. But if you are not ready to implement it the way in which it was designed to be implemented, you'd rather not touch it. Truly.
But then there's also another angle here, and this is the peculiarity of us Kenyans.
Yes.
Because, just like you said, this is, this Gamatek guy who has stepped on the pipe. Gamatek. and there's a Gamatek guy who stepped on the pipe, and we are blaming who? Meru.
Yes.
What role do we have to play in this? All of us, as a country, as teachers. Teachers are pointing a finger and saying ministry. Parents are pointing a finger and saying government and teachers. Everybody's just pointing a finger. Nobody is saying that, all right, so let's come together and this is what we shall do. Okay. And that's why I'm calling it a peculiar habit. The peculiarity of us Kenyans.
Yes.
We, first of all, number one, we do not want change. Anything that is just talking about change, the initial thing is strong resistance. And then...
Don't even pay attention to the change. So long as it's just called change, resist
forget it. Look at how our teachers are speaking. Teachers are talking as if this is one thing. You want us to implement this thing? Go and tell your parents to help you make a computer. Bring a computer tomorrow morning. Just to show you that this thing cannot work. Okay? Just to show you that this CBC thing that you guys are bringing, it cannot work. Second, okay, so how am I going now to inspect all these computers, whether they work, and I have only 100 pupils in my class? Go back with the computer and to your parent and tell them it didn't work. Parents, this computer, we can't make a computer, we can't do this and the other. All of us are complaining. And it's like we're saying, let's go back to Egypt. We had pumpkins, we had leeks, we had water. This thing of the desert here, we don't want to take us back.
This is freedom in the desert.
Leave alone the fact that we've been crying for 100 years. It doesn't matter. We don't want this one.
Off there.
Yes. How do we get out of this? Because it's also contributing to this.
Actually, it's at the heart of it. It's at the heart of it. Because, when you talk about Finland, understand, if you're looking at the per capita income of Finland, okay? Per capita, in US dollars, it's 47,500. 47,500.
USD.
Yes.
Per person earning per year.
Yes. Kenya, 1,816.
All right.
Okay. Now, how do you compare the two countries? Just tell me, at what point do you begin to compare the two? Finland has 5.5 million people.
Yes.
As we have 50 million people.
Yes.
Tell me.
But for me, I don't think, for me, I'm not going to look at the numbers. I'm going to look at the principle. The principle of governance means that if you have 5 people, if you have 5 million, if you have 50 million, if your principles are in place and are in order, it doesn't matter the number of people that you're governing over. It doesn't matter the number of a population that you have. The principle then would apply to make sure that that number is taken care of. Because if we want to say, look at countries like the Gambia, for example, who have the same population as Finland, right? Do we see the same happening there? Because that's the same argument that we could use.
And they're rich.
And they're rich.
The country is rich.
They have
the
resources.
Per capita is not, but the country.
Exactly. But they have the same population as Finland, right? So why are we not seeing the same thing? So for me, it doesn't matter if it's 5 million or 50 million. It's the principle that would apply here. That if you're getting things right, if you're 300 million people, if you're 5 million people, if you have your principle right, you would be able to run it. It doesn't matter. And for me, that's the thing here.
It's the bottom line.
You see, the reason why I mentioned the numbers is perhaps to support what you're saying is this. They're using what they have to achieve the same end. Are we saying that with what we have, we cannot ensure that we actually achieve what it is that we want? And the answer is we can.
We can. The Finnish people will probably come and tell you, you know what? You guys actually have more than we did when we were starting out. Yeah, they'll tell you what you have currently, whether it is resource, whether it is human resource, whether it is funding, whatever it is, you actually have more. But in terms of a priority and an implementation of a vision and an idea that you had, you have to be able to ground yourselves. They'll probably tell you that you have more than we did when we started.
Let's take a break.
Let's take a
28 minutes to 8, Kenya's biggest conversation. We'll be picking your calls after this. 0719 012 600.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Spice up your life 24/7 around the world, non-stop. This is SpiceFM.
Gone are the days when hiring should be about hitting the brick wall, because we understand how much it means to have the ideal candidate working for you and your organization. That's why at Standard Jobs website, we offer the complete employer dashboard that lets you interact fully with applicants, lets you track the full hiring process through a qualified specific smart search tool. What's more, we offer a full-on custom branded page that lets your company stand out with your own to choose custom page. So visit www.standardmedia.co.ke/jobs today and let's help you find the next ideal candidate for you.
Losing a loved one is never easy. The lingering memories, the what-ifs, but in all the gloom, we find ways of celebrating them. And here at the Standard Tributes, we aim to give your loved ones that befitting send-off. Visit www.standardmedia.co.ke/tributes today and post your loved one's tribute. In addition, get access to funeral services from our trusted vendors. The Standard Tributes, keeping memories alive.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
The sun is peaking out.
You're
Clouds
listening
in
to
Nairobi at 15, highs of 25 and lows of 13 today. Nakuru is sunny at 15, highs of 24 and lows of 13. 24 will be the high in Nyeri. It's cloudy at 15 and it'll come down to lows of 12. In Eldoret, 11 degrees and mostly cloudy conditions. That'll be the low for today. Highs will be recorded at 23. All right, in Kisumu, sunny conditions at 20, highs of 28 and lows of 19. We're looking at sunny conditions in Kakamega at 21. We'll see lows of 14 and highs of 28. Mombasa is partly cloudy in some parts at 24, highs of 30 and lows of 23. And we see light rain in some parts of Malindi at 26. Highs will be 30 and lows of 25. In Kampala, it's mostly sunny at 20, highs of 26 and lows of 18. And we're looking at sunny conditions in Lagos at 26, highs of 30 and lows of 25. Joburg is sunny at 14. That'll be the low for today. We'll see highs of 27. And Kinshasa is raining at 26. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 24.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
All right, we're looking at some traffic on Mombasa Road this morning, headed out into the city. That still continues. That whole industrial area issue continues as well. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, traffic has gone in the opposite direction, really, coming off towards the city, but it's actually slow as you're getting towards the Pangani underpass, quite full there as well. So Thika Road, folks are crying super slow, especially on the service lane this morning inbound. Outer ring at the overpass, that's an absolute mess this morning as well, going towards Thika Road. The mess is caused by a flurry of accidents today. Not quite sure what's going on. Everybody in a hurry, causing some accidents. Please be very careful. Enterprise Road, as you're going towards Mombasa Road today, is actually looking pretty good. Use that as an option. The bypasses, remember your friends. Those are your friends. Use them this morning, guys. Southern, Eastern, Northern, and the Red Hill Link Road, coming out of Waiyaki Way in Westlands. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, that's how you can get in touch, just in case. Talk to us via text as well on 40127.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
23 minutes to 8. The conversation continues in the Situation Room. This morning, we are discussing the CBC, competency-based curriculum. We've seen the kind of reaction that it has received from parents, from teachers, from education stakeholders, from the education ministry, and even from people like Francis Atwoli, who says, this thing, we are not ready to implement it. Number one, Atwoli says, we should have made sure that we invest heavily in the learning environment. We need to increase the number of teachers. We also need to deal with the financial realities, economic realities of the parents who are supposed to support this. He also says we need a great financial and emotional investment from everybody to have this working. Maybe we should go back to 844. This is not the only person who's saying this. So should we revert to 844 until all systems are aligned and then we now come back to this CBC?
I think that would be an escape route that probably would not be the best way to go. Because what are you going to do? Get comfortable again in 844, which everybody had touted this as a system that doesn't work when it comes to wholesome learning, right? This was the reason why. That everybody said, look, what is this making people do? Study for exams, and then the outcomes in terms of learning are, rather wanting. People come out without having content. They're not able to be versed in other things that are important in life, as opposed to just cramming the material in your head. So what you do by shelving this and saying go back to 844 is that you make people comfortable again. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with change. But in order for the change to come about, there's certain things that have to be done. And what you're going to do again is escape. You're going to run away from the responsibility to have things done in order for them to work.
Eric actually hit the nail on the proverbial head. When the 844 system came into being, what you're hearing is the same thing that was said then, almost to the letter. No, the old system is better. People are better off going to 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
It had its merits. There's no question about it. Every system has its merits. Okay? The truth of the matter, again, is when you say the 844 system doesn't work, okay, is that supported by evidence that is research-based? It is not. The very, very students whom we've had in the 844 system, forget learning in Kenya. When these students go abroad, they excel.
Yep.
In a different system from ours. So what does it tell you? that the 844 system is far more compatible than people would assume. There are those who would argue, no, it's a student. But of course it is the student. That's what education is all about. The student interacting with information and seeing how best they can actually utilize it should we say, at every phase when it's required. Change has to occur. Education systems have to be tweaked. There is no question about it. We've been tweaking this education system right from the very start. Remember, with the colonialists, the African was pushed towards more technical subjects, not academic. The technical schools and so forth were built for the African because it was assumed the African mind could cope with those technical things better. These academic things were a little too lofty. They're a little too high up for the African mind to grasp. And then we saw the changes. We keep seeing changes. Now, whether we are going to embrace the change and say, okay, the change is with us, how best do we make it work?
There's fear, though, that as we get used to the madness around CBC, that'll be the end of it. We will adapt to what is happening, and then we'll just move on. If we just say, okay, let's make this thing work. I mean, we're where we are, all right? So let's live with what we have. We'll continue with this teacher to pupil ratio of 56 to 1, 56 pupils to 1 teacher. We will continue with the dilapidated classrooms that we have. We'll continue with the congested classrooms. We'll continue with the teachers not understanding exactly what they are supposed to be implementing. We'll continue with implementing a half-baked system. We will get used to it. We will still get into the comfort zone. And that's the danger. That's the danger that happened in 2003. We implemented free primary education, and it immediately exposed what we needed to do. We needed to hire more teachers. We needed to improve our school infrastructure. Did we improve the school infrastructure? We did not. Did we hire more teachers? Yeah. Here and there we hired more teachers. What did we end up seeing? We ended up seeing more private schools coming up and not as many public schools coming up. We got used to it, and is where we are now. Talking about CBC that talks about the same thing, we got used to it. If we continue the way we are going, we're just all going to say, okay, CBC, let's go on.
Which is why I'm saying that for something like this, for a system of education like this, and I think we oughtn't be afraid to say it, that if we are not ready to do it in the way in which it has been designed to be done, do not touch it. Don't say, let's attempt. Look at anything that anybody is doing. When somebody's running a race, when somebody's cooking a meal, okay, let me try and cook half-baked loaf of bread. Do you ever do that? No. Do you ever say, okay, I'm going to run 100 meters. Let me just try running 50. It's a 100-meter race. Don't bother starting if you're not going to do it right. If you're not going to train towards it, if you're not going to have all the conditions right, don't bother. Don't do it. And especially if you're not... Okay, let's say that in this situation, whether we're looking at Kenya, Namibia, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Zambia, whatever country it is that you're looking at, all right, let's start and let's see what we can do. If you don't even have the willingness to implement some of these things that are necessary to have the curriculum running, do not bother. And that's what I'm saying. Because that danger that you're talking about is the one that is looking right at you. Because you're going to say, okay, here we have this half-baked curriculum, which was designed for excellence, right? And we're going to apply it in a mediocre setting. Why?
So should we halt it?
If you're not ready...
Should we halt the implementation of CBC? It's clearly showing that we are not 100% aligned. It's clear that we're not ready or not ready
to handle it. Don't. And even if you don't have everything at the moment, because they say you'll never really have a situation where you have everything that you need, that's granted. But here you're not even willing to apply the little bit that you do have. So don't bother.
By the way...
I'm bold enough to say that you don't touch it then.
When it comes to resources, remember there's an entire discipline that deals with this issue. Of the never-ending insufficient resources and how it is we need to manage them. They call it economics. Okay? Now, we didn't have enough money for the devolved system of government. But we still have the devolved system of government. It is a question of managing the resources that we have. Now, there's some resources we have in abundance. They're called teachers. Those ones, no shortage. We have
trained
Oh,
many.
we have, and we are still training many.
Yeah.
As for schools, there's the little debate of, do we have enough schools? Do we have enough government schools? The answer is, do we have enough government schools? No, we don't. Why? Because the government just doesn't build more schools. It's not complicated. Can the government build more schools? Yes. Why doesn't it build more schools? Ask them.
Ed, good morning.
Morning, guys. How are you doing?
Fine, thanks.
I hope your weekend was all right.
It was. How was yours?
Mine was good. I spent that whole week in Meru, but I'm back to Nyeri now.
Ed, are you well?
No. Yeah, I'm doing good. CT. I'm doing good. Very fast. Now, here's the thing. I partly agree with Ndu that this whole thing, yes, it's a very good idea. By the way, for me, as a parent who currently has kids that are in CBC, I would like to say that I fully support CBC. This fast that I see people creating, the teachers are asking them for chickens, I've not seen it. Now, the aspect of CBC that I like is the fact that, when I was under the 844 system, and I was doing so many subjects that they weren't really working out for me, but I had to do them because they were in the curriculum. And the thing is, for me, I used to see it as a waste of time. Even right now, I look at the 844 system and I'm like, much of it is a waste of time. Why? Because children are competently based differently. Minds are competently based differently. I may love literature and my mind may not be for science, but you're forcing me to pursue chemistry. You're forcing me to pursue algebra in mathematics, and I don't think I have ever used X plus Y in my current life, even now. I've never used Y is Y. Why is it? No.
Actually, you do use it. It just doesn't present itself as Y and X, but you do.
Okay, I won't argue with that. Now, here's the thing. With competency-based, I'm seeing things that I was seeing back in our time when we used to do music and art and craft. Right now, a kid is making a very good math. The good thing, you're seeing your child is going back, it's like one way or another, CBC is going to create employment opportunities for them in the future without them waiting for their documents to get them some work.
Ed, do you feel that the CBC is being rolled out to its full capacity?
No, I feel it's being sabotaged.
Who's sabotaging it?
Who's sabotaging it? First of all, it's the teachers. Yeah, pretty, they are very much reluctant on change. Most of them, they're like stuck in 844. They don't want that change.
So what should be done to get them on board?
What should be done? I think the government should show, how much enthusiasm they have in the political arena and etc. When they want to implement issues that affect them. For example, when Parliament goes and passes bills that are going to increase salaries for them, etc. I think the same enthusiasm should be attached to this.
That enthusiasm, the way I see it, Ed, it's forcing things through. The enthusiasm that I see with the government in those cases is basically just deciding this is the way to go, step in line, or
the problem is, exactly, that was what I was to say. The problem is, Magoha, sorry to mention him by its truth, Magoha is like doing things the military way. It's either you do this or you don't. Yet, it's like, okay, you've asked me to do this. For 10 years, I've been teaching 844. You've not taken me to training. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And then later, Magoha and TS is like, okay, you know what? If there's one training, yes, okay, we'll give you training, but you have to pay for it. Yet, it's the same government which has introduced this system. I beg. Honestly, how do you think this thing is going to work? You're putting stumbling blocks all oil, and then you're just saying CBC equal, and you're putting stumbling blocks. It's not going to work. It's going to die even before it has risen.
All right. Thank you very much, Ed.
Have a good one, guys.
You
Have
too.
a good one.
You too.
Cheers.
0719-012-600. Should we revert to 844 until all systems are aligned for CBC? Someone is saying, Lord is saying, in my heart, deep in my heart, I hope when the madness catches up with the government policy makers, and trust me because I know it eventually will, I pray they don't kick out CBC. The reason, CBC is the best thing that ever happened to a common Monanchi's child.
You know, if you look at our entire learning system as it currently is, it is what it is today because it has accommodated change over time. We started off, for instance, with one institution of higher learning called a university. It was the University of Nairobi. Before that was Royal Technical College. At that particular point in time, there was the University of East Africa. Okay? And depending on what you wanted to study, you went to Makerere to study medicine and other such courses. You went to Dar es Salaam to study law and other such courses. There were some common courses in all these universities. But it was the constituent college of the University of East Africa. Then the University of Nairobi came into being. One university. Then came constituent college. It started off with Kenyatta University College. The entire faculty of education was moved to what was previously, it was first of all a high school. Then it became a diploma school for education. I'm talking about Kenyatta University. And then it became a fully fledged university. Now, with it came all the other public universities we now speak of. Then came all these other private. These are what you call change. They are changes. Look at the proliferation of private schools. Those are changes. Now, when somebody comes up with a system, it isn't one person coming up with a system. Unbeknown to many people, there are people whose job is to study these trends that we have year in, year out, right across the globe. To look at education systems right across the globe and look at what is happening. They're in this country. And they look at our situation and they figure, what would best suit us? So it's not as though they wake up today morning or last week morning and come up with this scheme. It's something that has been in the working for years. And they say, look, this is what I think can work. Now, when you present as something that can work, it then means it has to be budgeted. By the way, before it's even presented as something that can work with the ministry, it goes through very many processes. Then it is, okay, now how do we
roll it out?
Yes, now the rolling it out is where the training and what have you comes in. That's where our confusion always begins.
Nice. And this thing that we're talking about, where you're talking about the money being fundamental to the operationalization of all of this, there is no way that those who have taken this model of curriculum and then adapted it to the Kenyan situation and said, this is the way in which we roll out, there is no way they did not apply the funding component. There is no way.
They did.
So even when this was being rolled out, and we heard in the Times of CS Amina at that time that it was coming out and being rolled out, nobody was not aware of what it meant financially.
And how many years ago was that?
What are we talking about? 2018?
Yes.
When in December we were told this thing, we're rolling it out, and then they pulled back and said we're rolling it out, and then they pulled back, and they said now we are going, all systems go. They knew.
Before they said they were rolling it out, don't you think
they knew the
they had
monetary implication?
They don't have their ducks in a row.
They had talked about it for a while.
Yes.
And then the teachers were also now starting to complain and saying, all right, so you're saying we are rolling it out. Where is the training? You're saying you're rolling it out. Have you had a conversation with us? Teachers' unions, remember Sosion raising.
Man, that guy breathed a hellfire and brimstone over it. And then he flip-flopped and then changed his tune and then did all manner of acrobatics.
And then later said, no, it's a very good thing. Let's roll it out. Yeah. Thomas says CBC is a good improvement in relation to 844. However, for it to succeed properly, it must be adequately funded and supported with regards to employing more teachers who are qualified in the new curriculum. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, when people talk about people who are just teachers
Okech Aoko, Oket Ako.
Start again.
Okech Aoko. Oket Aoko. Says, guys, 844 just needed revisiting, adding the practical components, reducing the examinable content subjects, and exam-focus-based teaching and learning. We needed to change methodology and not the system.
Eric, let me just say this, if I may.
Yeah.
In this country, we have very many systems of education running parallel. We have the Kenyan system of education. We have KJCSE.
KJ what?
E.
We have GCE. We have IB. We have BTech. Now, all these systems are in this country, and the people who teach them are people who are trained in our institutions of higher learning to teach.
And where are they teaching in this
country? And in all these various schools, private and public. There may be some special training that they are given in order to cope with the system, but you rarely are. All you need to do as a teacher is look at the curriculum, just the curriculum of that particular aspect that you're teaching. You will know what to do. Because teaching is teaching. Most teachers are trained to have what we call a student-centered approach to learning. Now, there are certain courses, like if you look at, say, GC, which is a stimulus response system in a sense, meaning you're not just trained to absorb things and then regurgitate. No. The applicability factor is very great. But if you look at the 844 system keenly, so is the 844 system. It's just that you're required to absorb a great deal of information. What am I saying? I am saying that these teachers are competent to actually understand and apply.
They can apply CBC.
They can.
So
That's
why
what I'm
are
saying.
they not applying CBC?
It's called resistance, my brother.
So what's the resistance? What's causing the resistance?
I think there's been a long, drawn-out battle in terms of things that were supposed to be implemented for the system within which they were operating anyway. So there's that resistance whereby, hold on a minute, guys. There were things that you were supposed to have done in this system where we've been working all this time and you've not done. We talk about being overworked, 1 to 56. We talk about you saying you're going to hire. We talk about CBAs that we've had with government. Pay. Yes, CBAs that we had with government about our pay for years on end. Then you want to bring a new system and expect that we're just going to say, yes, sir, and lie down and take it.
Nope.
Absolutely not. The resistance comes from there very clearly. And you understand that the teachers in the public sector, how many are they in number? And if they decide, look here, the things that we have been promised before, now you want to bring in a more delicate, a more one-on-one system where we have to do a lot more work, number one, and you have to be then aware of how you're going to apply this education to this child?
With that exhausted pay system
with
that
the
we've been
history
dealing
that
with all
we've had
along?
on the same people treating us in the same way, not just money, but even an environment within which they can work and operate. Then you want us to come and implement a new thing and the way you've been treating us before.
Eric, yes, money.
It's
Yes.
money. It's a
What do you think?
This is negotiation.
My friend, they have come and brought themselves into this position. They are going to fulfill some promises.
And we have historical experience of how you've treated us previously.
And how you make promises you never keep.
No.
So sabotage an entire system.
It's not sabotaging, it's delaying it.
It's sending a message.
Because essentially, what the ministry is doing is what the government has always done with education. Let the wananchi figure it out. Let people open up their own schools and then have children. We'll give them license.
Yes.
All right. Let them open their own hospitals. We'll give them license. Okay.
Then we can even give some of them bursary here and there.
And then you're talking about absorbing. But so long as they're private schools, these teachers will be absorbed. So where's the issue?
What's the problem?
Teachers are finding a place. They're saying, we are back to that again, are we? With this new system. Okay.
It's very easy for me to say I don't understand.
We've seen you.
I don't
and
understand.
How do you determine that they can't understand?
See, I've just
Because
told
the
you.
person whom you've targeted with the information is the one who can give you feedback.
Yes, no. I tell you I don't understand. Are you the one to tell me that I understand?
You're going to insist that I understand. And I've told you, I don't understand it.
I don't understand. You come and force me.
Me no speak English. Me no speak English.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
The conversation around CBC then needs some work by government, people to understand, okay, so this is where we are at. But I come back to that point. It's exposing the government's failure in very many ways. And as we go into an election, let's also remember how our government has not been investing in education. As long as you don't see a new school in your area that's been built up by government from scratch, this is a government that has neglected the education sector.
Absolutely.
And you cannot tell me that, putting up a new dormitory there, putting up a new classroom through CDF, putting up buying 12 new desks, through CDF. The president walking around Jogoo Road and Outer Ring Road and saying, during this time we're supporting our small Juakali artisans and buying some few desks. Were they paid, by the way, those guys? Who are doing the desks?
You see the way this system is dying. Also, that one also died.
People built desks. People want to supply desks to schools. Every school is going to get some 5 new desks. And that is it. That's our support to the education system.
How did that system end up?
I keep telling you, the most vulnerable, children, education, the sick, health, the elderly, social. Look at how a country treats those 3. That's how you know the measure of a country.
That's it. We'll be having a conversation with a member of the National Assembly shortly. They have come together as members of a certain community and they're saying, this is our negotiation. This is what we want as our bargaining chip. Okay? Is any of that got anything to do with education, health, and the rest? Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. As politicians continue to sell their agenda and promises to Kenyans ahead of the 2022 general elections, new presidential aspirants continue to emerge, with the latest entrant as proposed by a section of leaders from Mount Kenya being Health CS Muthui Kagwe. According to the leaders, Kagwe deserves a stab at the presidency due to the way he managed the COVID-19 pandemic that continues to affect many households in the country. If Kagwe's name is fronted, he'll be the second CS after his counterpart Fred Matiang'i was fronted by the Abagusii community as the best candidate to take over from Uhuru Kenyatta. Meanwhile, Raila Odinga was in Laikipia County, where he attended a church service and met with the youth and pushed for a call for his unity.
We want the Kenyan youth to stand up and be counted. We want the youth to stand up, to come up and bring about the change. Together with the other Kenyans, we transform our country. We change the lives of our people. It can be done.
Umoja, amani, uchumi bora, vijana tribune, vijana ria, vijana tilala.
Ruto was in Meru to promote the bottom-up model, saying it's what Kenya needs in order to have a strong economy.
Wameanza kukuja kanisani kwa sababu wameona vile nimezidi na kukuja kanisani, Mungu amezidi na kunisukuma. So wengi wameona pengine kuna maneno huko kanisani. Mimi nawaomba tafadhali maaskofu, msifukuze hawa watu. Kuna hata wengine wanahubiri neno la Mungu kwa mashindano. Kumaanisha hata kuna watu wengine wanakuja kanisani kwa mashindano ya siasa. So hata hawa wanaokuja kanisani kwa mambo ya siasa, msiwafukuze jameni na waomba.
ANC leader Musalia Mudavadi was in Gilgil, Nakuru County, where he pushed for the implementation of various reports, including the report of the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission. Agriculture CS Peter Munya has asked farmers not to allow themselves to be manipulated so that politicians can achieve their goals in next year's elections. Addressing residents in Nyeri County, Munya urged farmers to be vigilant and critically assess what politicians tell them.
Kazi yenu ni kupiga kura, ukipiga mnasaulika, kwa ikikaribia ndio mnasikia wakisema kilimo. Sasa mimi nauliza, kwani kilimo ni saa hii imerudi? Au kuhitaji msaada mwaka jana? Saa hii kwa sababu umenukia kura, ndio sasa unaanza kusema mkulima, umutumie uende. Burundi huko Nairobi kwa kule mbolea yake.
He also urged politicians to work for Kenyans as stated in the constitution.
Naona mzee miaka imeenda, unaona nakipiga kelele, unauliza huyu ako na shinda gani? Badala afanye kazi ile amepewa ni kelele. Huko Meru kuna frog ile inakaa kwa shamba. Sisi tunaita frog ya mtaro. Ukiona ikirukaruka, inatoka kwa mtaro inaruka, iko shinda.
A woman in West Pokot County who leased a house to be used as the Jubilee offices in the county has complained that the party has failed to meet its rental obligation since 2016. Rosa Tulia said the space was only paid for 6 months since 2016 and that any attempts to have the arrears that have hit over 1 million shillings cleared hit a dead end.
Wakati nilienda Nairobi several times kuulizia information ya payment, hawakatai kwamba si wanilipi. The information iko kwa system, mimi mwenyewe niliona. Sasa kulipa ndio sijui kwa nini wamekawia mpaka leo hii. Nauliza the secretariat wa Jubilee wakati huo, pesa zangu zitalipwa lini?
She is now asking the Jubilee leadership led by former Governor Simon Kachapin and Kapenguria MP Samuel Moroto to come to her aid.
Ombi langu ni kwamba leaders ya West Pokot ambao walitumia nyumba, nauliza Kachapin, nauliza Honorable Moroto, ninauliza Kosing, please do something. Kwa sababu hiyo nyumba ninahitaji kurepair, ama unisaidie kujeni mtoe rangi yenu so that another person can use the premise. That is a business house.
Even as the construction of the expressway continues, it has now emerged that a group of youth have started stealing the metal sheeting being used to barricade the construction site. The youth say they take the metal sheets found on site to sell to scrap metal dealers who buy them at 50 shillings per kg. Asked why, this is what they said.
Sisi tuko na njaa, alafu hao wanajenga barabara ya juu. Barabara ya juu sasa ndio wanatumia. Sisi tukaanga chini yao. Alafu hii mali yote ni mali yetu hii. Alafu hao watu unaona venye wanaishi maisha mazuri. Sisi ukiuma kitu kidogo hapa, hata wanatukimbiza. Lazima tukule huku hii area yote bana. Hata ile inafaa kwanza imwagike hapa chini kwanza tuende nayo.
To sports, and Lewis Hamilton won his 100th Formula One race as a frantic last few laps in the Russian Grand Prix caused by heavy rains dashed Lando Norris' hope of a maiden victory. And the rain helped Hamilton's title rival Max Verstappen vault from 7th to 2nd in the Red Bull after timing his change to wet tyres perfectly. The Briton's win puts him back into the title lead, but Verstappen's drive from the back of the grid in Sochi means Hamilton's advantage is only 2 points. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Assetto.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Okay, again, we blink and the roads are packed full. Traffic this morning. We're looking at in and out of the city today. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, getting into the CBD is an absolute mess as you approach it from Muranga Road. Wow, traffic is far past the drive-in today, all the way then towards Ruaraka. It does not look pretty at all. This is coming off the Thika Superhighway as you get then towards the Pangani underpass. There's a little bit of traffic coming off of Kiamburu, but it's actually not bad this morning. Parklands is an absolute mess. Coming off of Limuru, coming out of the High Ridge area, then joining Gara. You can use Wangari Maathai Road into the city, but that also is packed. We have oncoming traffic from Westlands. Gong Road continues, as does Langata Road. We're looking at industrial area, absolutely packed. You can get to Mombasa Road through Enterprise Road, however, without too much of a problem. Inbound to Mombasa Road, however, that's a totally different story. Don't blink, folks, because once you do, everything goes crazy. Okay, let's keep watching what it looks like, but it seems everybody else on the roads is having to use a dollop of patience to get where they're going. Add some of that and be careful, guys. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text on 40127 and want to keep things moving, even though right now they're not.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start
it's
your
8
day.
after 8. Good morning. How are you doing? This is the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this lovely Monday morning, the 27th day of September, 2021. We are on SpiceFM. We are live streaming the show from Nairobi to the world on SpiceFM KE, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. For example, how do you pronounce that name? There's somebody who says they're following us from South Africa. It's just scroll down a little bit. Very interesting name that you'll find there. You'll find it. As CT reads us today's proverb. We also welcome our audience on KTN Home who are joining us now until the top of the hour. Today's proverb is a Luo proverb.
Yes, ngamateko nyono kwesi meru. Meru emedaogo. A strong man has stepped on your mother's pipe. It's your mother you quarreled with.
Ngamatek onyono kwesi meru. Meru
Well, carry on.
I'm just doing it like though you do the other proverbs.
You're anglicizing it very well. Meru emidhaogo.
Meru emidhaogo.
Yes.
Yes. Say it in English.
A strong man has stepped on your mother's pipe. You blame your mother. I'm not saying you quarrel with your mother, but you blame your mother.
And the pipe here is a smoking pipe.
A smoking pipe, yes. The Luo community, pipe smoking was unisex. Men smoked pipe, as did women. And it was something you saw in older women. Yes. As I said, I had a great-grandmother who smoked a pipe.
Even my grandmother did. Yeah, she did. Yeah.
She smoked a pipe? Okay.
And then there's the modern-day cigarette, which is inverted. The lit part of the cigarette is actually in your mouth.
Yeah, which they yes.
Why is that though, City? I mean,
it is a unique
Most
culture.
fascinating
It is
thing
a
I've ever
unique
seen.
cultural peculiarity, unique to that particular part.
Light a cigarette,
Yes.
put the lit part in the mouth.
That is
and then-
precisely. Yes.
So
You don't even hold it.
No, why hold it?
It stays in the mouth.
It stays in the mouth, the side of the mouth, okay? And then you puff it inward. You inhale it slightly, and then you exhale through the other side of the mouth.
Yes. It was a technique.
That's the word I was looking for. It's a technique. It's fascinating to watch. I was quite impressed. I was a bit freaked out at the beginning because I wasn't quite sure what was happening. Then I realized, and I was told she's actually smoking a cigarette. And I was like, wow.
Have you seen what they do with the ashes?
Oh, yeah, actually. What's
Well, all you do is you tilt your mouth slightly.
Yeah, and then they empty
and
the
you
drawer.
blow it.
Yeah.
You just go, and then it goes up and continue.
That's fantastic.
So the ashes don't fall into the lip?
No, they don't.
Or the tongue?
No, they don't.
My science. Deep science. MP Richard Onyonka from Kitutu Chache. Kitutu Chache, South.
Yes.
Is in
Which
the studio.
means my constituency is actually part of Kisii Town.
This is a Kisii Town MP?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there another constituency that was also in Kisii Town?
Yes, Nyaribari Chache. Basically, the word Chache means that it is a place which is near a town center. And I'm sure you've heard they also have Nyaribari Masaba. Yes. And they also have Kitutu Masaba. Masaba means the area which is away from town. So you have Kitutu Chache, which is in near town, and Kitutu Masaba, which is away from town.
Now that yours is south, there's north.
Yes. North, when we realized that now it's without sounding a little crazy, there are two Kitutus. There is Kitutu Chache South and Kitutu Chache North, but you also have Kitutu Masaba, which is in Nyamira. So for us to get out of the confusion, we then left Kitutu Chache, which is in Kisii County, north and south, to remain that way.
Okay.
And the Kitutu Masaba to go to Nyamira. It's a very complex thing to explain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kisii is one county.
Yes.
Nyamira
is
the other
another county. Yes.
Now these two have the same community.
Yes.
This is the Abagusii.
Yes.
Welcome to Kenya's Biggest
And
Conversation.
if you were to spend a little bit of time, the constituencies are actually named after the clans.
Okay.
For example, Kitutu is one clan, Nyaribari is another. Bomachoge, which is a constituency, is another clan. Bonchari is another clan.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. And if you wanted to know just a little bit, Bonchari was the wife who was married by a Luo man who then got a child who was called Kitutu. Kitutu is the father of all the clans of Kisii.
I see.
So the Kisii community shares genealogical, historical, and ancestral relationship with the Luo community because we are actually children of the Luo father.
Bas.
Eric, just let me summarize it for you.
Semeru.
Yes, I'm with my relative.
Bas, yes.
Yes.
You're in good company.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm talking to my
with
relative
my uncle.
here. Yes.
Bas.
He's my nephew's son.
Your nephew's son.
Yes.
Yeah. And that is why, Latif, you'll find my name is Onyonka.
Yes.
But it's really a Luo name. It's Onyuka. That is why you'll have Kisis calling their children Ondieki. And yet it is Ondiek in Luo. You'll have my friends, I have a friend who's called James Ogutu, and in Luo it's Ogutu. One of my uncles is Fred Okumu. The Luos have a name Okumu.
Yes.
We are really...
It's the same. It's the same people.
Yeah, same people.
Okay. So if we just then go with that.
Yes.
Recently, members of the Kisii community.
Yes.
And this is both from the two counties,
Yes.
Kisii and Nyamira.
Yes.
Came together. And when you came together, you said we want to speak with one voice.
Yes.
Why do you find it important to speak with one voice this time and not speaking with your voice of your uncles?
But Mheshimiwa,
Yes.
do you prefer to be called Kisii or the Abagusii?
The Abagusii. When you talk about Abagusii, it means you are talking about all of us as a unit.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, the other thing is when you say these are the Kisii, Kisii is a town. In fact, it's seen derogatory when you say this is a Kisii.
This is a Kisii.
So we prefer
This
when
is
you're saying
Omogusi.
this is Omogusi, this is one Kisii. And when you say Abagusii, you're talking about the larger family of the
community. So the Abagusii community
Yes.
came together recently.
Yes.
Under the leadership of local MPs.
MPs and
even some MPs from Nairobi.
Yes.
Like the MP
Simbarati
for Simbarati
and the Nakuru MP, yes.
Nominated senator as well.
Yes.
The Millicent Omanga and others. And you said you want to speak with one voice.
Yes.
As a community.
Yes.
To see that your interests are catered for.
Yes.
When it comes to 2022 general election.
True.
And then you even went further and said you want to form a political party.
If need be.
Oh, if need be.
Yes.
Why if need be?
Because we are being practical and realistic about what's going on. Now, Latif, I want, first of all, to give you a preamble of what really made us come to that conclusion.
Okay.
The Kisii community, the Gusii community, Abagusii, have always been, can I say, really, really democratic. In other words, you'll find, like I'm in Fort Kenya.
You're a Fort
and I'm the
Kenya
only
MP.
MP. Then in Nyamira, you have one MP from Fort Kenya also. It's called Vincent Kemose. Then you now go and find that in the same Kisii, the governor happens to be an ODM governor. The senator is an ODM senator. The women rep is senator. And they lost each and every MP.
So there's no ODM MP.
Except the by-election which came the other day after the Bonchari MP died. The Bonchari MP was on PDP. We have an independent guy, an independent candidate as an MP from Machoge. You have KNC, Member of Parliament. The gentleman, the young guy, Silvanus Osoro, is from Kenya Social Congress. I mean, it's a hodgepodge of everything. Number two, what we have learnt, and I can say that without fear of contradiction, is in Kenya politics is a very interesting, murky arrangement of self-communal interests, which as time has been passing out, and the best example is what has happened during the Jubilee government. Look at what Uhuru and William Ruto agreed on. They will share the cabinet, most probably, I think 51 to 49. Look at all the appointments that the deputy president got. At least to us, Uhuru was really a godsend because he was able to appoint one cabinet member from the Kisii community, and that is Fred Matiang'i. Kisiis previously have always had a hand in government. We would have about 3 members of the diplomatic corps, ambassadors. Now we only have 1. Parastatal heads, Kisiis would have about 5, 6. I don't think we have any now. So what the reality that has dawned on many of us, we are saying, whoever that is going to seek the presidency of Kenya, we now accept that we are a tribal country. And we now accept that that may not necessarily be seen as a negative issue because we are not taking our tribalism as being negative ethnicity backgrounded.
Right.
What we are saying is we are an entity. It's like you saying we as members of the Asian community feel that our interests, because we have invested heavily in Westlands, must be taken care of. We have an outfit which we are calling the Westlands Community Empowerment Group. Now, this is the group we want you to negotiate with.
But surely that must have been catalytic. Something must have happened to bring this about. Now, in my mind, there could be one of two things, and maybe you can deny or confirm that.
Yes.
So, you've mentioned that there had been a time where the Abagusii were represented in government, represented in parastatals, in the foreign service, etc. But that number seems to have dwindled.
Yes.
Now, are you seeing that there has been a loss in terms of the potency of the community in these areas? Or are you seeing that other regions in the country are coming about and singing the same song? And then you're saying, we must also jump on this gravy train and not be left out. Which is it?
Actually, it's a very good question. It's double-faced. My answer would be yes. Everybody else is actually doing the same position. We are not reinventing the wheel. We are actually looking at the scenario that is mutating and masterizing itself in the Kenyan political matrix, and we have accepted it that if you are a politician, a practicing politician, how do you sit around and you see that guys from the northeastern and the ASAL areas, arid and semi-arid areas, have already come up with their outfit. You look and check, Kingi is coming up with the political party in the coast. There is a lot of friction between him and Joho because of that. But Kingi is saying, no. I think if we are able to negotiate this and have an outfit that we can negotiate with ODM or even negotiate with UDA, our interests might actually be taken care of better than they are right now. Now, when you come to our reality about Kisiis not being in government or being in government, we are not removed from the reality. And that reality is that I could point it out today. The positions which the deputy president was given to appoint people, he appointed people from his own community. The people that Uhuru was appointing had a semblance of the Kenyanness. Had a semblance of, you had Matiang'i, you had Muthui Kagwe, you had Amina Mohammed, you had that time Wahungu. Uhuru sort of tended to look at the nationalistic kilt for him to appoint his people. The question we are raising is, the Kenyan political arrangement can no longer be an arrangement where we talk about it's a gentleman's agreement. No, the Kenyan political arrangement has taken us back to the reality that we are saying now we must actually agree to negotiate on something which is tangible and which is acceptable. And the Constitution allows us to do that, because once we agree with whoever that is going to come up and negotiate with us, we can deposit this agreement with the registrar of political parties.
So you're essentially saying that you don't trust the individual who would be there to be able to do that?
Absolutely not. Kenyan politics, you can see. It's just full of snakes and ladders. You've seen that.
But then also, Mheshimiwa, this presupposes that communities have, before this, reaped from that demographic dividend.
Yes.
That you can say, because previously under the Moi era, under the Kibaki era, we had so many Kisiis occupying positions.
That is true.
The ordinary Mkisi in your constituency would say, because we had...
Yes.
Because, for example, Richard Onyonka was an assistant minister for foreign affairs.
That is true.
We benefited.
It's true.
How did they benefit? By you, for example, serving as an assistant minister.
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. Let me tell you why. My having an opportunity to serve in government as a deputy minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which was during the coalition government with President Kibaki and Raila Odinga, even when I may not have, for example, employed so many people from my constituency to become ambassadors and to get so many of them to be advantaged, I was the gatekeeper. I can tell you that during that time, the number of ambassadors that we had was not less than 6. during the coalition government of President Kibaki and Raila Odinga. And by the way, what actually happened, Latif, during that time, Raila gave us 3 ambassadors and Kibaki gave us 3. Now, the Kisii community has 1. So what happened? What happened is very simple. The current dispensation is the winner takes it all. So Uhuru came and Ruto, they took everything.
But you see,
and they left us empty-handed.
Those are 6 individuals.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa.
Yes.
How did the ordinary voter,
yes,
who had voted for Richard Onyonka,
yes,
benefit?
Politics is perception. Those 6 individuals, I can tell you how wonderfully they were received. We have got 9 constituencies in Kisii, and you have got 4 in Nyamira. 5 in Nyamira. If 6 individuals from the Kisii community, 4 got those jobs as ambassadors from Kisii, and 3 got from Nyamira, the community, the notion that we shouldn't, is the same argument I've heard people say, we should not be talking about positions because positions don't matter. Who said it? Then why are those positions there? There is a quantifiable relationship between an appointment of an individual from a certain community because he is given a responsibility to be a gatekeeper for that community.
Essentially, it's a representation at the big table.
Exactly. We were on the dining table. Whether it is an individual eating or the community is neither here nor there. What we are saying is...
Did you deliver? Did those, you plus the others,
yes,
those in diplomatic appointments, those in cabinet, those in parastatals,
yes,
did they deliver any meaningful change on the ground?
Some
can
do,
we
some
say that
don't.
there are things that have happened?
I can tell you this, Latif. I was a Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs. The number of kids during that time, I forget to use that name, and it sounds... The number of young people that I had an opportunity to facilitate for, who are either going to Dubai, who are going to Saudi Arabia, who are looking for scholarships. And when you are in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I'm sorry I have to say this, the ministry will receive maybe 20 scholarships from Finland. And you will find that because you are a gatekeeper, you are a deputy minister in that ministry, they will say, take 2. You remember I used to be a deputy to Moses Wetangula.
Yep. As
a deputy minister, Moses Wetangula went to China and he was given, there's a hospital called Mudete, I think Mudete or Madete in Bungoma. The hospital was built by the Chinese. They finished and funded it, and I think even right now they continue to maintain it. I went to Iran as an assistant minister of foreign affairs. The Iran government built me a school. If you go to Kisii, you'll find it. It's called Darajambili Secondary School. They brought prefabs. They put 40 computers in the school. They did classrooms for me. Isn't that worth it? Latif. That is what it is.
On the one hand, I can see
these positions.
The community that enjoys the school, I can see them enjoying the school. The question that I'm actually asking myself in my head is, so was it through merit? Was it because this was the most needy part of this country that then got to enjoy this benevolence of the Iranian people?
Yes.
Or was it because the person who's making the decision is from this constituency and therefore he just basically decided this one is going to my place?
Eric,
all of the above.
Were you serving the people of Kenya or were you serving the people of Kenya?
Eric, first of all, politics is local. I took the food to the local. If I don't give my villagers that school, I'm as useless and as irrelevant as anybody who had never gotten that job. I mean...
I wanted to say this to Eric.
Yes, it is.
And Eric understands this very well. The optics aside, the reality of politics is the representative value. Our son is in this position. Yes. That alone, the psychological effect of that is complete in itself without any projects coming.
Absolutely.
That is our son who has that job done. Then what you're talking about is phase 2 or 3 or 4.
Phase 1 is local.
Yes.
Phase 2 is local at regional county level.
Yes.
Phase 3 is national at Kenyan level. Let me use this example, and it is so very personal for me. Without the coalition government, look at what had happened to the Nyanza region for 48 years. There was no road. There was no hospital. There was no water. There was nothing. After the coalition government, the projects being implemented today in Luo Nyanza and the Kisii area are projects which came after Raila had a handshake with President Kibaki, totaling close to 2,400 kilometers of tarmac road. That's the dividend that a local voter actually expects from you as a leader.
I think that's just a result of leadership. Because in the Moi era, we had very many powerful people from Nyanza who were serving that government.
What did they do?
They were just eating.
It's individual leadership.
They were during the Moi regime, without casting aspersions on many of the people who were, because even my father was a cabinet minister in that regime. Yeah. If you look at what happened during the Moi regime and then talk about what happened during the Kibaki regime, it was the type of people, the caliber and the class of individuals. Kibaki's class and his ability, his professionalism and his intellect was at another level. You see, and if you see the projects which Kibaki did, I mean, Latif, we forget, how was Kisumu airport looking like? It was like a ramshackle, two-building, little ostrich keeping hut where aeroplanes would come and land, and that was it.
Not aeroplanes. Teeny weeny little
aeroplanes, hard-wing little things.
Some Tweeterbird type aeroplanes.
Exactly.
Yes. Let's take a break. It's 8:30. Kenya's biggest conversation. In the studio is Richard Onyonka, MP, Kitutu Church South. So leaders from the Abagusii community have come together and they said we want to negotiate as a community.
Yes.
We have seen the same happen with those from the arid and semi-arid lands of Kenya. We have seen the same happen with Western leaders, the Luhya community.
Yes.
Coast is doing the same. Mount Kenya even have a list of what they are demanding.
Yes.
Now, are we breaking this country into those regional and tribal groupings and saying that this is what our demand is? And what's going to happen to the smaller communities?
In fact, Western Kenya, they are wonderfully politically polygamist. Yes. They have two parties. Central, they are now.
We have very many.
You have 3 or 4.
Time for a break.
Let me
Let's
tell
take
you.
A break and then you'll tell us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kenya's biggest conversation. 8:30. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Spice up your life. 24/7, around the world, non-stop. This is SpiceFM.
They say the world can never run dry of talent. We just need to celebrate them. Join Jamal and the lovely Laura as they give us a brilliant showcase of 254's finest talent in the music industry and take us through great music hits. Watch Iwake every Saturday at 10 p.m. on KTN Home.
No, this wheelbarrow, how can you give people wheelbarrow? His party symbol is an umbrella. Is he distributing umbrellas in McQueen?
Have you been told if we don't lock between 10 to 4, this is what we're saving?
You try and call them, the same person who was in your house every day, because they know you are influential and you will give them votes. Call them after 1 month and see if they'll pick up their phone.
Don't tell your member of parliament that you want him to come and build a school, you want him to come and do a hospital. That is not the work of the member. Now that we have devolution in this country, these resources should go to those devolved units.
You have to have strong, independent institutions. And you have to have police who has the right to take the biggest town in the country and question, why did you do this and that, and send them to court if necessary.
Joel in Kericho, good morning.
Salama sana, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. Mbunge wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Seriousness Martin, hapa ni Ainamoi.
Seriousness Martin, Ainamoi.
Yes. Sasa ile chuma namwambia yeye nini? Amalize aende. Asante sana.
That's it.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Back in Nairobi, it's warm, however, at 16, highs of 25 and lows of 13. It's sunny in Nakuru at 16, highs of 24 and lows of 13. Cloudy conditions rule Nyeri skies at 16, highs of 24 and lows of 12. Cloudy conditions in Eldoret at 13 will come down to lows of 12 and highs of 23. Kisumu, sunny at 21. highs of 29 and lows of 19. And Kakamega is sunny at 22. We'll see highs of 28 and lows of 14. Cloudy conditions in Mombasa at 25. Rain in some parts, highs of 30 and lows of 23. While in Malindi, it's partly sunny at 27. Highs of 30 will come down to lows of 25. Kampala mornings are sunny at 21. Highs of 26 and lows of 17. Dar es Salaam, sunny at 23 as well. Highs of 31 and lows of 22. In Joburg this morning, it's sunny at 16. We'll see lows of 15 and highs of 27. While in Lagos, mostly clear conditions at 25. Highs of 30 will come down to lows of 25. And Kinshasa is raining now at 25. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 24.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
The madness that is traffic on the roads this morning continues, and quite a lot of it. Huru Highway today specifically, quite jam-packed in and out, all the way from the Nyeri Stadium roundabout through to Westlands today, and outbound as well. Gong Road started very early this morning, and it continues. Outer Ring is an absolute mess today, with a flurry of accidents, and as you're leading towards the Thika Superhighway. The Thika Superhighway on its own is a whole different story, moving very slowly into the city, and Kiambu Road adding to that is not helping matters at all. All right, coming out of Westlands as well, and that whole Parklands area coming out of High Ridge, and then connecting with Limuru Road going towards the Wangari Maathai Road. Mishmash traffic, all jam and no butter. We'll keep an eye on things, see what it looks like in a short while, but for right now, it doesn't look very pretty. We're in the middle of traffic hour, hoping to get out soon without too much of a scratch. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text on 40127.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Everything nice.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
9, Kenya's biggest conversation continues. In the Situation Room this morning is Eric Latif, Ndu Oko, City Muga, and our guests, Richard Onyonka, MP Kitutu Chache South. We're discussing ethno-nationalism today. We are seeing regions, tribes, tribal leaders coming together and saying, we as a community are coming together, and this is what we are going to negotiate with anybody who wants to get our support. The Abagusii community, as per the last general election, you had over 800,000 votes. Yes. Now, if we talk about the Abagusii community from both Kisii, Nyamira, and the diaspora, that goes to close to 1 million votes. So that is one group coming together as a bloc and saying, look, we've got the power. Then the Luo will come together and say, we've got the power. Now, the smaller groups in Nyanza, where are they going to go?
The smaller groups will go where they will feel they are going to be accommodated. I'll give you an example. The Kuria community, which happens to be a minority community in Nyanza, as an option of either sticking it out with ODM, or they have an option of now, you notice that Obado has actually picked a party called PDP, and he has told them now, you can come and join us in PDP, and then we'll link up with UDA. This whole scenario is not supposed to be mutually exclusive. For me, this whole arrangement is actually preparing grounds for us to have a mutually inclusive country, which is based on a people who have got exclusive issues which have to be weighted on and have to be accepted. Because in Kenya, we've been pretending that we are a nation. And then what happens?
Have we?
We have been. Honestly, that is the problem we have.
So when you call ourselves a nation,
we are a country of small nation states.
All right.
That are tribally based. And this is the reality we have refused to accept. And I can give you an example. How many tribes do we have in Kenya officially?
45.
45. The last ones towards the end are who and who? Right, we have the Asian community.
We've got the Asian community, and we've got the...
We have the Ogiek,
No.
There's
they
two
came
tribes.
earlier.
Yes.
There's the two tribes. The ones from Mozambique.
Yes, the ones from at coast, the ones who have just been made
Yes.
Kenyans.
Then the Zimbabweans.
Then the Zimbabweans.
I'm trying to remember the.
Exactly. Now, let me tell you why I'm raising that issue.
Minorities by
Yes.
their own numbers.
How many Asians have you seen in government? How many of those people have you seen? If I give you an example, I come from Kisii County. There is Kisumu County. How many, and Migori County? I live in Trans Nzoia because of farming interest there. How many Kisis do you find in Trans Nzoia County? None. Not even a single one who's a cleaner. None. And we have laws in the books which say, 30% should be other Kenyans, they should be included. We want a country that is going to ignore negative ethnicity. We are an ethnic-based community. The only people who are not tribal right now are our children who are actually 10 to 15, maybe 20 years now. Why? Because most of us are not married from our tribes. The children have moved on social media into their own world, which is European-based European ethno-cultural environments. But anybody who's around the age of 30 and above, we are completely tribalized.
And is there something wrong with that?
There's absolutely nothing.
The way in which you're speaking is that you're almost encouraging that you take pride or push for the wants and desires of a certain community. And so always tribalism, being tribal, has had a negative tag.
No.
It has.
No, it hasn't.
It has had a thing. When people think about tribe in this country, a lot of people kind of cringe. Like, okay, we don't really want to talk about it.
No, can I ask you a question?
Are you saying that there's nothing wrong
Yes.
with being tribal, to push for the wants and desires of your certain community, and it shouldn't be seen as wanting to balkanize the country?
No, absolutely none. I'm Kisii. I work hard like hell. Kisis run all the matatus everywhere they can. Kisis love to go and excel. When we are given an opportunity, we grab it. We will go anywhere, go to the US, go to South Africa. They are all over the place. What we are saying is we don't want this ethnicity of ours to impede other people's ethnicity. We want to acknowledge who we are. Look at what the Somali community has done in our country. They moved in. They are now controlling the fuel sector. All right? They observe the law. They are religiously based. They are not interfering with them. You go to the Somali community, they are in Kisii and they are running businesses up to the local enclaves, uko kwa mashinani. And Kisis are very comfortable with it. Why? They don't interfere with our polygamy. They don't interfere with our drinking alcohol. They don't come and start telling us you must become Muslim. We are comfortable with them. And once we accept, instead of us, having these statements of the under the table statements, unajua siku hizi hawa Somali wamechukua kila kitu. Wachana na hiyo story. What we are saying is accept the Somali community as a people who are working hard, who have targeted certain industries in Kenya, and they have moved into that industry and learned something out of it. Now, the moment we accept that is how we are going to see each other, our position is very simple. Allow me to set up an outfit which then can negotiate, sign an agreement with the Somali community politically. I want to sign an agreement with Baba. Yes, Baba will vote for you. Raila is the most popular candidate in Kisii, but we want him to put it on pen and paper what he'll do for the community. If William comes and offers us more and something better, and we see that the politics is going to be veered towards him becoming president, we'll take it.
Where does nationalism play in all of this?
Nationalism comes after now we have come out as these tribal enclaves and tribal arrangements, and we're all together. Now we respect each other by signing a nationalistic agreement of saying, now you accept me, I accept you. You don't accept me, you can go to hell.
Actually, if you look at the so-called developed countries and the national outlook that they have, it arises out of these quiet understandings between the various communities. They don't call them tribes, but they're communities. If you are talking, for instance, let's say America.
Go to Switzerland.
Yes.
The cantons.
Yes.
They're tribally based.
They are tribally based.
You have cantons in Switzerland where you have French cantons, you have German cantons. They fought for 150 years. Finally, they said, now let's agree. We'll even have a rotation of presidency.
Right.
Let us now agree. And in fact, by the way, Latif, I've been saying the reason why I was having sometimes call feed with BBI, we must begin to discuss the question of rotation of presidents in this country.
How does this whole conversation take care of the minorities? Actually, now we're talking about the minority, the new tribes in the country, Makonde and the Shona. The Shona were the very latest.
Yes.
Thank you.
How do we take care of the Shona and the Makonde and make sure that the Shona and the Makonde also have representation at the national level? When the big boys, 800,000, 1 million, 4 million, 5 million votes, are the ones that are negotiating, how are we going to make sure that the smaller ones also have a say?
Eric, beyond being citizens of Kenya and enjoying the benefits other citizens have, if by representation you're saying, will you have a Shona as a minister?
Yes.
If there's somebody who's a Shona,
and he is qualified,
and he has caught the eye of some politician, maybe, but
they may not. You know why?
Yes.
Because the president will have negotiated with Richard Onyonka here, and Richard will have said we want 2 cabinet slots.
Who has a bigger pie?
Moses Kuria and Martha Karua with the Mount Kenya will have said we want 4 cabinet slots. Amason Kingi and the coastal people will have said we want X number of cabinet slots. The Shona, how many votes are you bringing to the table?
Eric, let me give you an example. Mheshimiwa gave an example of Migori County. Now, you're talking about the minority, the Kuria, right? The first government of Obado, his deputy was a Kuria.
Yep.
His senator was Kuria. The women rep was Kuria. Now, tell me, if you're talking about representation or a smaller community having more share, the Luos in Migori said, surely, but
giving everything
you've
to
given
the
away
minority.
everything. Now, what am I saying? Communities understand this balance. You know, there's the assumption that people don't understand that those who may not be numerically superior have a say or a voice. Mheshimiwa will bear me witness. You will find that even within Kisii County, okay,
we have minorities
who are given positions and they are considered. It is said, this community, they may be few, but they're with us. I am saying this.
He has just given us an example
of
Trans Nzoia, where there's a substantial number of Kisiis.
Yes.
And he says in the Trans Nzoia county government, he does not see the Kisiis working there, despite the law setting aside 30% to be from minorities.
Yes, it is true that happens.
Yes.
It is true, but remember Trans Nzoia, again, is a hodgepodge. It is not as though there's one
minority.
Yes, it is not. It's not. There's no one
Nation,
dominant
you have
community in Trans
West
Nzoia.
Pokot, you have the Kalenjin, you have everything. The domineering community is the Luya community. I mean, the Bukusu community.
Yes.
But the point that I wanted to mention, as City was talking, that is what we are saying. I would want the presidential candidates, instead of them talking about this nonsense they're talking about all the time, I want some of them to be realistic and honest and say, in fact, when I become president, the percentage of positions and endowment that I will leave for the Marakwet, or I will leave for the Ogiek, or I will leave for the people in Coast who are from Namibia, will be 5% or 1% of my total cabinet. Deliberately, we will have an affirmative action. Those are the things we want to listen to. That is how you are going to know that this presidential candidate is actually different from the normal. I have not had any presidential candidate talk about what are they going to do with women empowerment. We just lie about it. We've been in parliament. I've been in parliament for 15 years. We have been unable to pass the gender law. And yet no presidential candidate is talking about it now. Because we are fake. We don't like to face it the way it is. The truth is, all the men refuse to vote for that law. The men feel that they are under siege.
Right.
When their leaders, when the leaders tell us that to go and vote for that thing, they tell us, in fact, some of you can even go to Europe. Kwani, what's the problem?
The answer to some of these things that we're talking about right now then is affirmative action. If we're trying to look at gender balance in this country, it's affirmative action. If we're trying to look at the
minority empowerment,
the proper balance of power
is affirmative action.
Terms of communities and minorities and tribes across the country, it's affirmative action. Looking at things like a rotational presidency, for example, or looking at a predetermined selection of who is going to form government.
Absolutely.
If it doesn't happen, we're going to continue having the problems that we have today. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that at least we will have the reality of accepting what our challenges are. Look, let me use another example so that you understand where I'm coming from. For the last 30 years, teachers refused delocalization. That is transferring teachers from the local districts and local communities where they are teachers, transferring them to areas far away from their communities. Do you know how popular delocalization is now? The teacher saying, oh my God, I didn't know that I can go to Kiambu from Kisii and actually do the job I was meant to do. Actually learn that members of this community are as human as the ones where I was fighting to stay in my local community. We are in a way deliberately reducing the amount of tribalism that is so percolated in our country. We need to have systems and structures being changed in our country so that we can actually now begin to say we are Kenyans. We are only Kenyans when our people are running in Doha, and we are clapping when they are number 1, 2, 3, and 4, and maybe when our Stars has won a game. After that, we are just a colloquialized, tribalized community of small nation states who have their own personal interests and communal interests which they are fighting for.
You know, Mheshimiwa, everything that you're saying is something that was our reality not very long ago. Meaning, if you finished tertiary education or some training,
yes,
you are never posted to your home area.
Absolutely.
It was a rule. When you
finished Form 1, you are going to Form 1. You can't be posted to your local area. I went to St. Mary's Yala. Look at me. I'm a complete Kenyan. I speak Luo. I love Luo food. I have Luo friends. It changed me.
But
then what do we do now?
But you want the Kisii to be considered?
No. Being a Kisii is a position that I've accepted because I was born there and I've faced my realities. But I'm very comfortable. I'm very comfortable voting for Raila. I understand where his politics come from. I understand what the Luo community's dreams and aspirations have been. I understand. Even when I know that the Kisii community also has dreams and it has aspirations, it is because I went to school in Luo and my classmates in Kisii school, all of them were Luo. They changed my perception of life and my politics and my history. And yet, what are we doing? In Kenya, we are back onto our employment. We say, no, we are a wonderful Kenyan country. In fact, we have no tribalism. I always see the deputy government saying, I'm going to have a party that doesn't believe in tribalism. Shut up. Just face the reality. We're a tribal country with small nation tribal states. Let's work out on ourselves so that then we can mutually finally agree that now we can fix the mess.
As an experienced national leader, Richard, and I'm listening to you and I'm wondering, all right, so 15 years as a national leader, you grew up in a political family. Your father was a politician, a cabinet minister in this country. As somebody who has seen all that politics, national politics, is this a good direction to take or is this a negative direction to take? What are the pitfalls? What are the positives? And what are the likely dangerous negatives?
Positives are very simple. I'll use an example. You go to Western Kenya, they have Ford Kenya, which is a Abagusii party, and you have ANC, which is a Maragoli party. They, using their tribal nationalism, they have kinda managed to achieve the purpose. You see, when you have elections, then you win a majority of certain seats, whether it's MCAs, whether it's members of parliament, then you have those nominations, the positions that everybody keeps saying that we are not looking for positions. UDA is looking for positions. If they won under 160 members of parliament, they will nominate 30. If they had 2,000 MCAs, they will nominate 1,100. That is what they're looking for as a block. ODM has actually, if you look at the question, even Jubilee, they managed to percolate away from the tribal thing of the party being a Kikuyu versus Kalenjin thing. And they had members of parliament from Kisii, they had members of parliament in Western, and all that. That is the ideal situation. But we are not in an ideal situation. And especially when you have the national cake shrinking, then everybody begins to worry about, and what are we getting? So don't ask me to be nationalistic so that I don't talk about how I want the cake to be shared more effectively and more conveniently for all of us. The disadvantage, of course, is then you build an inward-looking tribal outfit, which then becomes the nationalistic tribal thing, where you can actually tell your people and say, these are the people who have Sumbuad. I mean, you've seen where some people are talking about, oh, you see, we now must start looking at historical injustices about our land. We need to discuss the issue of certain communities who took our ancestral land and they have taken our things. We need to discuss about our minerals. And the reality of that is simply because we are refusing to accept that for you to solve the problem of Turkana, and the Turkanas talking about the Kenyan oil, which we are so proud of, which we've never seen, allow the Turkanas to sit with you and say, you as a tribe, we will allow you to keep your 20%. Please don't touch the 80%, because at the national level, that's what we see. You as a community, do not discuss with us and tell us how you are going to kick us out of your ancestral lands. Because when some of this land, we were actually buying it, we didn't even know, because these were legally available pieces of land. So the historical injustices that have made certain communities pull back to their tribal cocoons and set up these arrangements, including political parties, to defend their interests, is not necessarily bad.
Sure, but is it not then dangerous, Richard, when they stay in those cocoons? Because this is, I part of me can see what you're saying in terms of protecting those. But I see the danger then, whereby you're then developing your communities or developing these cocoons, as you call them, and then staying there and forgetting then about the nationalism, the unification of a country, which we cannot forget its importance.
The fights that we had in 2007 were not tribal. No. If you set up a structure, political and legal, which is believable, which is effective, and a structure for elections which is fair and okay, and then you begin to deal with the outstanding issues in this country legitimately. All right, I saw Musalia Mudavadi talk about, let us go to the Ngundungu report and all this TJRC. All right, the truth is, you may not solve all the problems in the TJRC, including all the land, historical injustice on the land issue, but shouldn't we talk about it?
We should.
It's important.
Shouldn't we look at it so that we don't every day have issues where the Maasai community, where Kisis have moved into Samburu area, the place where in Laikipia, and they are being beaten up because they belong to another tribe, and these are people who just went and bought land. They didn't even know who the owner was. All right. Shouldn't we be dealing with issues because we are sick? When you're sick, please look for a doctor and get good medicine. First of all, get a diagnosis. Can't we get the diagnosis?
You're sick. Let's take a break. Let's leave the conversation on KTN home. We've been with us since the top of the hour, but we are continuing this conversation with Richard Onyonka, MP, Kitutu Chache South, on SpiceFM and online, SpiceFM KE, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. SpiceFM is 94.4 in Nairobi, Mombasa, 87.9, Kisumu 102.5, Nakuru 96.0, 96.7 in Eldoret, in Nyeri is 90.9, Malindi 97.7, and we'll be opening up the phone lines in the next hour for you to also contribute to this discussion. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Spice up your life. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
All right, it's 3 to 9. Before we went to the break, you wanted to chime in.
Yes, what I wanted to say is, by and large, when politicians talk about nationalism in this country, it's a false conversation. It's a conversation that's supposed to beguile the unsuspecting voter, and the idea is to give this particular politician the image of somebody who looks after the interests of everybody. Because if you look at post-election, the conversations before elections, post-election, every activity that you will see these politicians in high offices, including the presidency, will be either self-interest or looking after the interest of his immediate community. There'll be a smattering, there'll be an effort to try and bring in other players. But what essentially is at the heart of running the country will be in the hands of him and his community. It's what our leadership does. So when we talk about ethno-nationalism, you see, why do you want to have this conversation about being Kenyan? Why do you want to have this conversation about being nationalistic? When even at the community level, because it's these communities that actually end up, some together bring up the nation. When even at that community level, we are not cohesive. Why is there no conversation about the cohesiveness of a community? And when there's cohesiveness, we even consider it negative. There are voting blocks in this country that are dominant, and you can see how it propels the leadership to dominance. Raila Odinga is dominant because his backyard vote for him 100%.
Yeah.
There's no question about him not getting the votes in his backyard. And it gives him the power to be able to negotiate. Yeah. Now, if you look at that example, Central Kenya, with the exception of the time when Mwai Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta both stood for the presidency, Central Kenya votes as a bloc as well. Now, other communities can see this ability to vote as a bloc gives you
power. Negotiating power.
It does. It gives you a lot of it.
Positions you at the table.
It positions you very strongly. Look at Cumberland with Musyoka. They've got it. They've understood.
Yeah.
So everybody's saying, formula works. Thank you very much.
Instead of trying to fix it, we're like, let's work with it.
No, but that's fixing it.
Working with it means you fix it.
Actually, if you ask me, if you ask me,
let's
that's
continue.
fixing it.
Let me make a small point.
Let's do this after the news. It's coming up 9 o'clock. Okay. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Richard Onyonka, MP, is in the Situation Room. Good morning.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is News. I am Dennis Aseto. Kenya has received a second batch of doctors from Cuba under the country's healthcare program. Cuban Ambassador Ernesto Gomez-Diaz said the group of 53 doctors is ready to serve Kenyans of all walks of life. In addition, the ambassador pointed out that 15 more doctors are expected to arrive in the country soon. It will be remembered that the Ministry of Health had recommended 101 Cuban doctors, although due to COVID-19 pandemic, only 68 were deployed. Now, KANU is expected to officially announce Baringo Senator Gideon Moi as its presidential candidate in next year's election on Thursday this week. Moi, who chaired a meeting of KANU leaders at his home in Sacho in Baringo County, stressed that party leaders would provide direction on next year's politics.
Ile safari ya mbele ile ambayo inaendelea, hiyo tunasema ndio neema ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Sisi ndio watu ambao tunaona askari mpaka wakati hasa rais akienda kupumzika, ndio sasa ndio wengine wataingilia hiyo kiwanja. Na sisi kama sisi watu kama KANU tunasema ndio tarehe 30 ndio wachama ndio wataamua ile njia ambayo wataenda. And therefore I cannot preempt what they're going to decide on the 30th.
Moi has continued to be championed by party members who say he is the best option, saying that KANU will continue to seek the cooperation of other leaders to achieve this agenda. Samuel Pogisho is Senate Majority Leader as well as KANU Senator of West Pokot.
Tukienda Nairobi Alhamisi, tunaenda kumtangaza kirasmi na tunampatia ruhusa ya kuongea na viongozi wengine isipokuwa yule mmoja. Tunapatia ruhusa atafute marafiki na azunguke Jamhuri ya Kenya ili kurudisha Kenya katika uongozi iliyofaa.
For his part, KANU Secretary General Nick Salat said KANU is ready to compete with other parties during the election.
Imekuwa ni chama tangu tulipotoka ushikani 2002. Tumekuwa tukisaidia. Hata sisi sasa tumekomaa. Tumekomaa na tunataka wengine watusaidie sasa sisi. We are a party that can deliver through the leadership of our chairman here. So prepare, and we are prepared to fight it out with the rest of other Kenyans who are going to seek the same position. We will not fear. You people think you know. You will know you don't know.
Political tensions continue to erupt between Mvita MP Abdul Somad Sharif Nasir and businessman Suleiman Shabal, both of whom seek to succeed Mombasa Governor Hassan Joho. The two have announced their intention to vie for the seat through ODM. Recently, there have been allegations that Shabal supporters have been spreading rumors on social media that Abdul Somad has decided to support Shabal. However, Abdul Somad has urged Mombasa residents to refrain from the propaganda, stressing that he is still in the running for Mombasa gubernatorial seat through ODM.
Aliongea kwa Facebook, sijui Photoshop Kiingereza unasema ya kwa the truth never needs support, eventually it will stand up on its own. Kweli hauna haja ya mahali kuegemea, mwishowe utainuka wenyewe, sio? Na ukweli utadhihirika. Nyinyi endeleeni na propaganda, sisi tunaendelea na kazi. Nyinyi endeleeni kunyima watu, sisi tutawapa watu. Nyinyi endeleeni kuvunjia watu, sisi tutawajengea watu. Tajaribu kila njia, mtafanya kila aina uongo, sijui alisema hivi, sijui hataki ugavana, alikwambia nani?
You are being urged to provide any relevant information that would lead to the arrest of the 6 inmates who escaped from the Nanyuki prison. Commissioner General Prison Services Wycliffe Ogolla said an investigation has been launched to determine why and how the inmates escaped, adding that the 6 will be retried for violating the law.
My commitment as the Commissioner General that we are in hot pursuit of the 4 inmates who have not been recaptured. I've taken this opportunity to equally advise the serving inmates who are here that they must oblige to the law, because there is standard double consequence. He has to be subjected again to a charge.
14 inmates had escaped from the prison, but 8 have since been arrested. Now, the family of Aria Rogo Manduli, the first Kenyan woman to participate in Safari Rally, has announced that she'll be buried on October 9th. Family spokesman Gor Semelango said this after Manduli's daughter Elizabeth Rogo fell ill and is hospitalized at the Nairobi hospital. In addition, the family has announced that it is continuing to raise funds for the funeral, which will take place in her home in Tondori, Kitale, Trans Nzoia County. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, still on Mombasa Road, a lot of traffic inbound. It's easing up, though, not as terrible as it was a couple of hours ago. The ICD route also offering a good option to get off Mombasa Road and into the city at a much quicker rate. We're also looking at still continuing on Langata Road, a lot of traffic that's spilling over from the southern bypass and also coming off the greater Langata Road. Coming out of Western, still a thing, and Uhuru Highway has been an absolute mess this morning from very early, and it continues. The Thika Super Highway, still heavy traffic inbound, especially coming past Survey through to Pangani, Ngara, that whole CBD area. Everybody spilling over into the CBD this morning, so we're going to keep looking at that situation. 9 o'clock now. Let's see what it looks like in half an hour. We're still in traffic hour, but traffic is getting better in some parts, still the same in others. SpiceFM KE, just in case you run into something. That outer ring area, don't forget about that. If you head in that direction, it's been a bad situation since morning. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text on 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The final hour of the show this morning, 0719-012-600. We'll be opening up the phone lines for you to join this conversation. Ethno-nationalism. Do you support negotiation for national politics based on tribal lines? Let's begin with the day's proverb. Ngamatek onyono kwesi meru.
Very good.
Actually, I thought you were the one.
Luo is a tonal language.
Right.
So everything is about the tone. Ngam, yes. It's like Chinese. Chinese is also tonal. Okay? Ngamatek onyono kwesi meru. Meru ema idaogo.
Ngamatek onyono kwesi meru.
Yes. Meru ema idaogo.
Right. In English.
A strong man has stepped on your mother's pipe. You then blame your mother. That's me paraphrasing. Exactly, you then disagree with your mother. You find an excuse to quarrel with your mother. Mom, why did you put that pipe? And you know that is the pathway people walk through. And yet, the truth of the matter is, the pipe was next to your mother. And there's this clumsy fellow who has gone and stepped on it. And you know, when you step on that pipe, you know that's the end of that pipe.
Yes.
It's beyond repair. You're going to have to get another one. It's called kicking the can down
the road.
Yes. Find somebody else to blame.
It's blaming other people.
You know what?
Taking responsibility.
Remember what
or addressing the issue.
Yes. You see, when I talked about the dishonest conversation about nationalism, the honest conversation that we must have is this one. If you look at what's happening in this country right now, let me focus on, say, what we call the mountains. Okay? This conversation is taking place in earnest. The Merus have gone and said, this is what we are going to think about.
Yeah.
People in Muranga have their... Believe me, every part of this so-called mountain is having their own conversation and saying, we are all from the mountain, but us, as people from Kiambu, us, as people from Muranga, us, as people from... You know why? It's a realistic conversation.
And it's an honest conversation.
Yes. Because what is needed in Kiambu is not what is needed in Embu.
Muranga.
Yes, or Muranga. They must have this conversation.
Sure.
Now, if you are going to tell them, okay, folks, we understand what you're saying. So what we will do, we will make this a reality within the county. Different conversation, but the conversation has been had.
You see, that's the thing. When you bring the conversation within the county, so the people of Kirinyaga, the various groups within Kirinyaga will have that conversation.
Yes.
All right? Kirinyaga has who? Has the Ndia, has the Geshogo.
Yes.
They'll have the conversation there. But if you start now bringing it as Mount Kenya, then there are the minorities within Mount Kenya who will always be drowned out. For example, why are we seeing the emergence of East and West in the mountain today? It's because those in the East feel that every time we have a conversation as Mount Kenya, the majority who are in the West always end up drowning our voice in the East.
Which then comes to the explanation I made. You have had the presidency of Kenya being from the mountain for not less than 30 years. Mzee Kenyatta was from Kiambu. Kibaki then came from Nyeri. Then Kenyatta's son has come from Kiambu. So an honest conversation that is taking place is that you have now Justin Muthui from nowhere saying, even me, I'm now going to run on DP. Why? Because the Meru people, the Embu people are saying, we have been on this bandwagon for a long time. Even us, we needed to sit on the table. The same issue that you have, and this is the point, Latif, I was making. We, as the Abagusii, are not trying to destabilize anybody. What we are saying is very simple. In fact, the reason why we've been very amicable and we love Raila is because he has never become president. Jaramogi didn't become. If Raila had become president last time, right now I'll be opposing him. I'll be telling him now, leave it for us. That is the reality. That's my political reality. Why are you trying to curtail me? I am saying we want to work smart. Have you ever seen anybody who starts a company and starts exporting things to China and doesn't sign an agreement?
Nope.
So why can't we sign agreements which are political?
Sure. Okay. So, Richard, in all of this, you started off by saying something at the very beginning. It might seem like years ago now, but at the beginning of this conversation, you said something about it's selfish, it's personal. This politics is extremely personal and it is selfish.
Yes.
So in as much as there are communities striving for a place at the table, striving for representation, as you said, and that is the reality, that it really doesn't matter about the next person. It matters about how I, as an individual, as a community, then will be represented. What happens to the tenets of good governance? Does putting these interests guarantee that the people for whom governance should serve then will be realized?
The reason why nationalistic, tribal politics becomes very attractive and I was going to use a bad word, is simply because the governance tenant you're talking about, whether you have a good constitution, whether you're talking about affirmative action, all those things,
Void of corruption,
whether we are going to get
delivery
rid of corruption in this
services,
country and everything, what happens?
Just those small things.
All those things don't mean anything. No.
Why?
It is because we have diminished our excellence as a country. For the last 60 years, we've been trying to say we want a country that is fair, that a country that has got equity, a country that is going to have minimum corruption, a country that is going to provide services equitably, a country that is, when the national cake is being cooked and it's out there and is being distributed, you take care of the big and the small so that we can have a feel-good attitude and feeling about our country.
So you're saying these things don't matter?
So they failed.
Absolutely none. Absolutely.
Is it not because of a failure of
Those
past
who
leadership?
were in those positions, yeah.
Yeah, when something fails, if your car has failed in the morning and you're driving it and you've realized it cannot take you to town, what do? If you can't get a bus, you just pick and walk to work. So what we are saying is we are willing to start walking. But if it means we work tribally, let's work tribally so that we fix the mess we have created.
But Richard, those who were in these positions of leadership previously who failed, which you've agreed on right now, how, because that is what you strive for, being in a position of power, in as much as you're trying to strive for community representation, at the end of the day, you are governing a group of people and delivering certain things in different sectors.
Yes.
The guarantee of that good leadership is important.
True.
It's not, for me, it does matter. It does matter that your least vulnerable can have a proper education. It does matter that health services can be delivered. It does matter that the economy can balance and people can get food on their table every day. It does matter.
True.
How will this representation, regardless of where it's from, guarantee that there will not be a failure the way there has been previously? That's my question.
Because then if I come up and I have members of parliament from Kisii and we are 14, and the president wants me to go and vote for him in parliament, and he wants us to pass a bill where he is going to take resources to certain places that he wants, if I know that the government receives, close to 2,000 scholarships in Kenya, and I hardly see a single Kisii student getting that scholarship, I'll bring it to the table. And I'll tell him, if you don't give me at least 150 students from my community that are going to Europe for studying under scholarships, will not vote on the education bill. That will make the leadership in our countries and in our communities now begin to understand. Because right now, they don't understand. You remember, when did Uhuru's problem start with his Tanga group, with these people who are on the Tanga side? They started saying, Uhuru has done nothing in Central. Uhuru has not brought any development to Central. Uhuru, in fact, I believe the reason why those guys started fighting Uhuru was he was not able to give him handouts. This money we are given as MPs, 100K here, 50 here, which make you feel good and run around like a headless chicken. The truth is, there is no president today who has worked in this country who has done more development projects in Central than Uhuru. And look at the way he's being fought in his
Because he's not giving out the money to individuals.
Absolutely.
Let's go to
so what we are saying is the development we are talking about, then tribalistic nationalism, we don't want it to be the negative tribalistic nationalism. What we want is to have the tribalistic checkmate nationalism.
Do you support negotiation for national politics based on tribal lines? 0719-012-600 and SpiceFM KE, YouTube, Facebook and Twitter. Amani is on the line. Good morning.
Good morning, Eric. Good morning, Du. Good morning, Onyonka. Good morning, CT.
Good morning, Amani. For a moment there, I thought you had forgotten me.
I almost did. And then I'm looking at TV. I'm saying, wait a minute, CT is there. So there we go. I won't forget you, CT. It's not possible. Yes. Okay. I like the idea of having interests represented at the dining table, to quote Onyonka. I think that's important. However, I think we have to be very careful that as much as I believe in tribal politics, not in a negative way, but in a positive way, because that's part of our heritage. And history has shown that if we don't represent ourselves at the top, you're basically sidelined or marginalized. So I think that's positive because we are people with different aspirations and expectations and needs. And so we need to be at the table negotiating for our interests. I think that's fine. And I would parallel that to business interests. If you're a businessman, let's say you're doing you're manufacturing, you want your interests to be represented where they should be. If you're in IT, the same, etc., etc. Even, let's say, the media, you want your interests there. So I think that's fine in terms of interests that may be different from others, but need to be at the table because they are equally important. So with that kind of reasoning, that's perfectly fine. However, I feel, and I think, Eric, you've been pushing that point, is that the minorities within those tribal groups or tribal regions. That's a very important point, Eric, because I feel we should not do it to such a degree that we actually forget those people who live within our tribal groups. That would be just dangerous. That would not help Kenya. So, Onyonka, if you're going to represent the Wagisu at the dining table, please make sure you include the Kikuyus within your Wagisu community.
Amani, it's the Abagusii, not the Gisu.
Oh, sorry. I beg your pardon.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
Please, I can get it right. For now, so excuse me until I get it right.
Okay.
Okay. So, the Kisi within the Kisi region,
yes.
If you have different tribal groups, including Asians, Mzungus, whatever they might be, if you have them there, then that is your responsibility to represent them. You cannot exclude them because they're not ethnically correct or ethnically part of your group.
Okay.
That would be very, very dangerous. And the Constitution took that into account by insisting that the minority groups must be represented in the various political structures. So that's the only issue I have with Onyonka, that you must do.
Thank you. Thank you,
Otherwise,
Amani.
you will break Kenya into bits.
Thank you. Wycliffe Mbogo in Mombasa. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
I'm doing well. I really agree with Onyonka on one side of the story.
Which side is that?
The truth is about the politics of the mountain has really changed, and everybody is yearning for the top seat. Indirect, not direct, because they know they are nowhere. 2022. They are divided in paddocks. Mountain is divided into 4, not even 3. There is the Meru, the Lower, and the Kiambu. So when we talk about the Abagusii, when Onyonka speaks about the Abagusii, he's speaking about the reality which is really on the ground. Let's go back to those people who are really talking about that. They want to speak as one people. Let us talk about a person so called Ndwale. These people, when they were yearning for money, Ndwale was not even afraid of telling people that kwani hii pesa ni ya mama yako. Because they were using money like now they're changing the tune.
They were using the money like in Jugus.
Like in Jugus. It's like they could walk with the money bags to treasury. A person like Waiguru, you see, he's changing the tune. He could even withdraw money. He could, you see, from with money bags.
Well, that's not Waiguru.
And now he's changing the tune.
It is somebody else who made that.
The withdrawals in gunny bags by somebody else, not Waiguru. No.
Yeah. Now you see, when Uhuru went for development, and now they're changing the tune.
But let me ask you, Wycliffe, just to come back to the point, the issue of negotiating for national seats, or from a tribal perspective, do you support it or do you not?
I do support because of one thing. A person like Raila has been there. He has supported other people. Like Kibaki was nowhere in 2002. But Raila came from nowhere because people thought of Nyachai because he had the helicopters and all that. Like now Ruto is having helicopters. He's having helicopters, so you can get you can become president by having helicopters 5. Nyachai had 5 also. But you can have even 10, forgetting the dimension of the people on the ground.
Okay.
So what am I saying? Hello, boss.
You're saying yes to tribal negotiations.
Tribal negotiation is there because these people will come together later. The end of the whatever. Almost the D-Day.
They'll come together. All right, thank you. Kamana in Nairobi. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well.
And thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to make my small contribution. And first of all, say that our politicians, Honorable Onyonka and the rest, they actually represent what is wrong in our country. He has just said that he was able to be given a school and he took that school to his community.
Yeah.
He has also said that there was a time that there were 20 slots for scholarship and he was given 2. And that is what we end up having, people who don't deserve even those scholarships, getting those scholarships because they only give them to their friends instead of advertising for as in having a framework where we are able. We advertise those positions so that at least we can get the most deserving Kenyans, and that is the only way that we are going to get the proper output. When we push these things to the general public, so that at least we can get the most deserving, and that is the only way that we are going to develop as a country. What we are doing right now is that politicians are using the communities to hide their inefficiencies, inadequacies, so that they portray that they are doing a favor to their community, but they are not. Can he tell us, and I would like to challenge even Mr. Onyonka, can he tell us what he signed off for him to be given the school that he got in Kisii? And that is why you see most of the time they go there, they get enticed, and they sign off stuff that come to haunt the country. And then I would say even those guys who are saying that we negotiate as a tribe. I give you an example of Nakuru County. Nakuru County voted for Kibaki almost to the last man. The Kikuyus in Nakuru County. The Kikuyus in Nakuru County in 2013 voted for Uhuru Kenyatta to the last man. They did the same in 2017. Now compare Nakuru and Murang'a. How much votes does Murang'a have? How many votes does Nakuru have? When is the last time Nakuru County got a minister? When is the last time Nakuru County got a PS? And then somebody in Nakuru can say that now because we have 4 or 5 Kikuyus in the cabinet, we are benefiting. We are not. There are many areas within Nakuru County that are not accessible. There are many areas within Nakuru County that have infrastructure completely run down.
In other words, Nakuru is a minority in the Mount Kenya conversation.
But you see, in terms of the votes, Nakuru have 1 million votes.
Yep.
Murang'a has 450. They've always gotten ministers.
Yes,
Nakuru with 1 million vote has no minister. That is what I'm saying. You see, what they are doing is that I as a politician would probably go to negotiate with my community behind. And then I select a few of my friends into, even if they are Kikuyus, a few of them into cabinet. What are you doing? You only making 6 or 7 people benefit, out of being for the whole community. So you have a Kikuyu who is suffering, but you have somebody who has never suffered from the time we got independence in 1963.
Nakuru is unique in this sense. Nakuru is cosmopolitan.
But I'm saying, if you take the percent, look at the constituencies. Apart from Kuresoi North, Kuresoi South, and Rongai, and also Nakuru, Mestarama, the rest out of almost 11, 12 constituencies, they are all held by Kikuyu. In terms of population, Nakuru is almost 70% Kikuyu.
Latif, can I ask you a question, my brother? This is Honorable Nyonka.
Yes.
Don't you think you need to be more genuine and honest with the people of Central and tell them what you are telling us here on TV?
No, that is what I'm saying.
So wait. If you found out that is the challenge you are having, that in fact the larger Mount Kenya voters and the larger Mount Kenya leadership, every time they have got opportunity, they then shaft you guys in Nakuru and help their friends and whatever. That is exactly how we feel as a minority. That is why I am saying, and before I come round to your argument, when I went to negotiate for the scholarships to be given, actually, you can't go on a scholarship to Britain if you are not qualified and you are not an A student. So I wasn't roughshoding and picking street vendors who didn't have A's to get scholarships. Number two,
Mr. Onyonka.
My job as a member of parliament ni kutafuta vitu baba. That is why they have elected me 4 times. What I'm telling you is very simple. When I go out to look for things, when I went to Iran, you are saying that I went to Iran to sign for things which I don't know. I'm qualified. I was qualified to be a deputy minister. I signed an agreement. When you go and the minister of Iran tells you, what can we give you? We have got about $40,000. You wanted me to tell them to bring it to Nakuru?
Yes.
Kwani Nakuru people needed a school more than my place in Kitutu Chache South. So be reasonable. Be very reasonable.
The question, the issue that Kamana is saying,
meritocracy. The argument I'm making is in politics.
No.
Let me say something else. In politics, we are not moralizing our actions in terms of good governance and in terms of doing wonderful things because we work in churches and we help poor people. We do real things. We fight to empower people who've been disempowered for the last 60 years of the independence of this country. And when I get something, I go to my village because they don't even have toilets in schools.
Kamana, respond to that.
And that is what I'm saying. And he's actually driving the point that I'm trying to drive.
Mm-hmm.
The point is, he didn't go to Iran as an MP. He went to Iran as an assistant minister for foreign affairs.
Yes.
That is a state officer
who has an interest. That is why MPs want to go back. That is why MPs want to go back to being minister.
Let him finish, Mheshimiwa.
Can you give me time?
Go on.
And that is what I'm saying. When I go out there as a Kenyan, I should think as a Kenyan. There are more areas in Kisii. You can't compare Kisii to some areas in Baringo or in Turukana. He would, if I was a state minister who is patriotic to my country, and I've gotten some $4 or $5 million from a country, I would come as a ministry and then push it to the Ministry of Education, do a need analysis and see where do we need classes, where do we need schools,
Can I respond to that?
Our people.
Can I respond to that?
I finish. Let me finish.
Let him finish.
Yeah. And that is the same case. And what he's saying that I should say as Nakuru we're being done whatever he said. If you go to some parts in Kisii that have never gotten a minister or a PS, they still have the same. I have so many Kisii friends. We used to be in the same class with Simba Arati. There are so many areas in Kisii that they are complaining because of the same, that they cannot access. Because the two, I can guarantee you, and we can bet with Richard Onyonka, the 2 scholarship he got, he gave it to his friends or to his relative, and that one Can I respond?
All
right, respond.
Without disputing your facts, the truth is actually I didn't have a relative who wanted a scholarship. I can assure you. And if you go to Kisii and ask, even the bursaries, when I'm distributing them, you'll be told that is. I keep saying this. The barometer you use. That's why I keep getting elected over and over. Why? I'm always fair. I'm always equitable. I'm always reasonable. But I tell you, if I had one of my relatives who needed a scholarship, I would give them. There is absolutely no shame in that. The other thing I wanted to tell you is this. Forget about that story about thinking as a Kenyan. I'll give you an example, my brother, which you can think about as you go and have lunch today. Muigai Uhuru Kenyatta has used, because I sit in the budget committee, this financial year, Central Province alone has got government projects to the tune of 642 billion shillings. If you want to say that is bad governance, that's up to you. If you want to ask me, Uhuru is serving his people. He has got a legacy to leave. This is how Africans behave. That's what I'm saying. If we had negotiated with Uhuru and signed things down and tell him you can't take 600 billion to Central, then my people in Kisumu would not be complaining how they have no water. Story finished.
28 minutes to 10. We'll take more calls. Kamana, thank you for your call and for taking the MP on this particular matter. They still have to respond to the issue of minorities within a larger majority.
I'll answer
all right. 0719 012 600. Let's take this break. How are the roads looking like, and how is the weather going to look like for the rest of the country?
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Spice up your life.
There are so many people peddling what is false and that it bears remarkable resemblance to what is true.
Politicians have their agenda, and their agenda is to use every opportunity to sell that agenda and to loot this nation.
I have seen major strides that are done in this country when we talk to each other as against talking at each other.
We start getting back into the tribal cocoons which were put to us by the colonial powers. They gave us physical freedom but not mental freedom. We're still mentally colonized today into these cocoons of tribe.
Now, if you live in an area where it's difficult to find a dog,
he's a goat. I kid you not.
In which part of this country is it difficult to find a dog? So that you resort. Afande hii umbo yako iko na pembe.
Hii ni umba special.
This is the Situation Room. The weather with Spice FM.
Still looking at partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. The sun is going to peek out through the clouds. However, we're going to go to highs of 25 today and lows of 13, currently at 18 degrees. It's 19 and sunny in Nakuru, highs of 24 and lows of 13. We'll see lows of 12 in Nyeri, where it's cloudy at 17, going to highs of 24. Eldoret is now mostly cloudy at 17, highs of 23 and lows of 12. Looking out then into Kisumu, sunny conditions at 22, highs of 29 and lows of 19. Kakamega is cloudy at 23, highs of 28 and lows of 14. And light rain in parts of Mombasa. Cloudy conditions, however, through the day, highs of 30 and lows of 23. We'll look at 28 in Malindi, also a sprinkling in some parts of town, highs of 30 and lows of 25. All right, into Kampala, mostly sunny conditions at 26, highs of 20, just that 26 and lows of 17. Dar es Salaam, sunny conditions at 26, highs of 31 and lows of 22. In Lagos, it's mostly sunny at 25, highs of 30 and lows of 25. And Joburg is sunny at 19, highs of 27 and lows of 15. Kinshasa is raining at 25, highs of 32 and lows of 24. Out east in Beijing, it's sunny at 27. We'll see that as a high and lows of 16 today. Paris is bringing in rain showers at 16, highs of 19 and lows of 10. And New York, cloudy at 19, highs of 27 and lows of 19.
Spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
It's hot in the city today. In the CBD, coming off Mombasa Road and Gong Road, coming off Thika Superhighway, coming off Langata Road. My goodness, everybody's getting into the city this morning, and it's still quite hot and heavy in terms of traffic. Wow, it's not letting up on the Thika Superhighway today at all. Usually by now, we should have seen the traffic could have gone better, but not really. All the way, almost to the drive-in. Doesn't look really pretty, guys. Langata Road dissipating here and there. Getting to the roundabout at Timor then is what is causing that headache. But then Bagazi Way is your go-to road into the city if you're not going to stick to Huru Highway, which has been a mess since 6 o'clock. So it's Monday morning, manic traffic. It is expected, nothing too crazy, except for that madness that was happening around Outer Ring. That's subsided, so looking much better now. We'll see what it looks like through the rest of the day, but it looks all right for now. Just in case it does get sticky, talk to us on SpiceFMKE on Twitter through the day. Text 40127.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM,
Speak to
Nairobi.
not Zachary. Richard Onyonka.
Zachary's on the line, no?
Zachary's son.
Yes.
Zachary's son, yeah.
Yes.
The son of Dr. Zachary Onyonka. Richard Onyonka, Mheshimiwa MP for Kitutu Chache South, is in the Situation Room this morning. What are people saying on social media, Ndu?
Quite a lot. Okay, Douglas Abuga says we must have our own at the big table. Kudos, Mheshimiwa Onyonka. My area MP, somebody called Leo, is saying you're speaking the facts. Glad to have you as our representative. I'm in total support for the positive tribalism behind Honorable Onyonka, while representing Abagusii. Honorable Onyonka, your opinion on small tribalist nations in reference to Kenyan politics is spot on. Insightful talk. Born in Kisumu, studied in Kirinyaga, lived in Nairobi, now working in Kisii. Yet whenever elections approach, I'm reminded how that doesn't count, but my tribal identity does. Yes. Only negotiation like this will ensure the big boys realize other Kenyans are also awake, according to Machoka. The coast needs to have needs to be cared for by representatives, the Westerners too, the Northern Corridor also. We can't just have Kalenjin and Kikuyus in cabinet to discuss Kenya unless otherwise. We need leaders who know what devolution is and not just a word, according to Dennis. Boo-boo.
Back to the phone line, 0719-012-600. Let me pick this one from Judah first, because I think Judah has been trying to call for a while. Judah, good morning.
Good morning, Ndu, Oko, City, and Eric.
Good morning, Judah.
I've been trying to call for a long time.
Yes.
And you've forgotten me.
Oh, I imagine.
City, and Ndu, Oko, and Eric, and
It's coming.
Richard.
Richard, yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, Judah. What do you think?
Okay, good morning to you. So I think, Richard, you are a complete embarrassment to all 96. That's number one. I think you politicians use a lot of those tribal cards to balkanize Kenyans. Yeah. I think you sound like a caveman with a stone axe.
Why?
Can I respond to you?
No.
Let's understand why.
Let's understand why he's saying what he's saying. Then you'll respond.
You sound like an evangelist trying to push some terrible gospel down our throats.
What do you find despicable with what Mheshimiwa is saying?
It's so backward.
Why?
Everything is so backward.
How?
You see, you're trying to convince us that we are tribal. Yeah, Kenyans are not tribal. In marketing, there's something called market segmentation. Okay.
Yeah.
The marketers use that kind of a formula to tell you that you are from the ghetto, you are from the high-rise places and all that, the high end, and they convince you that this is how you should buy this and that product. Simply because this thing about tribalism and racism is in the U.S., in Spain. In fact, I hear it has been in Yugoslavia for the last 800 years. Doesn't mean that it's right at all. I think the best thing can do is for leaders like Richard, who are frozen in time, and Kenyans are progressed.
Judah, let me ask you.
We should just vote them out fully.
Let me ask you. So what is your counter argument? So we have seen leaders like Richard and others who are saying, let's negotiate as communities. What is your counter argument? What is the best way for the country to have this nationalistic outlook? What's your formula?
Let me tell you something, Eric. This idea of saying that we are communities is not correct. We are people who have grown up in the ghettos, and when they go back to the village, we don't belong there. The villagers will ask, when are you going back to the urban centers? You see? So anytime someone wants something, and especially the political class and the ruling class, they have to look for a form. We have to tell you, you belong to this.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, Judah.
Yeah. So we need to reject these kind of people. We have kept us backward for the last
to this
thinking. Ever since we got independence.
Thank you, Judah.
I'm so annoyed that I've decided to call Hot 96.
This is SpiceFM. Thank you very much, Judah. Omuse in Busia, good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
How are you?
And city, I'll be giving a teso proverb maybe very soon also.
I look forward to that proverb.
And then Mheshimiwa Onyonka and the lady in studio.
Yes.
The lady greets you.
Thank you. Basically, what is being spoken, what actually Kamana has said, and good. Probably, okay, I'm from Busia, but I work in Nakuru. So the issue of tribal, of community negotiation onto the cake of the national government, whatever. I want to come back down to where I come from. Being a Teso, the Iteso in a Busia. Let's. I want just to bring the whole thing down to the local leadership. Busia is basically has been known as being run by the Luhya community, which will happen that a person like me, my home is in the Luhya area. So when you look onto the Teso South, Teso North, it is basically Teso dominant. So I want to come onto the issue of like where Tesos are scattered in that county. You know, the issue of negotiating for positions or whatever is supposed to be divided into the leadership. You see, it is something that we cannot run away from. That is the way things are going. And that is why also, like, when we talk about the leadership of Busia, there is the Teso. You'll find delegations coming to the county, maybe to the governor or to the senator or whoever, and saying that us as a community, this is what we are coming, and we want 1, 2, 3 as you get into maybe that position. So the same thing is what like the Teso community now has decided and saying that now Ojamong, you as a person who has been a governor for 2 terms, go back to Teso South. We want you as an MP, go to the national level. We want you to negotiate for us from there. What are we going to get as people from the small minority community in Kenya? You see, that is the way guys are going. And yes, I'm in Nakuru.
So what are you saying, Omusa? Are you saying that this is what Mheshimiwa Onyonka is saying is the reality?
Absolutely.
And therefore we should embrace it?
That is the reality. Even in Nakuru, I remember 2013, we sat down with the former governor, Kinudhi Mbogo. And Kinudhi Mbogo, we as a community, we say, although tulipunjwa kidogo, what is going to be there? What are you having for the people from this region? You see, it is something that the country is going towards. Although Judah, yes, he has a point. Judah is negotiating. Actually, he is talking on the. You were saying about the younger community, the younger generation.
Yep.
Which actually is borderless on issues with the tribes, actually tribal alienation. But when they reach Kitudati and above,
they will become tribal.
But by the way, Omusa, you know one thing that they probably don't understand, even as the community in wherever they live, they are a tribe.
Yes.
The
Even
moment there's a homogeneity about it, there's something you share in common, you have the qualities of what you call a tribe. They speak Sheng, that is their language. They come from that community, they have shared values. They are a tribe. They just don't think they are, but they are.
No, they're pulled back into the other mother tribe.
Eric,
yes.
That this is something that is going on.
Okay.
We need to see how are we going to actually take advantage of the situation to change the narrative to become a Kenyan way, just the way other developed countries have done before, and made these problems that we are living in to become part and parcel of what we shall be doing. And I think Kenya will be at peace.
Thank you. Thank you, Omuse. Christian in Nairobi, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
How are you?
Good morning.
Fine, thank you. What Mheshimiwa Onyonka said, I don't see anything new about what he has said. That has been the norm since pretty much independence. It's just that no one has ever said it or come out and actually
vocalized it.
But it's been going on. His father was a minister during Moi's government. Moi was a Kalenjin.
Yep.
So it's nothing new. And I agree with him for the most part that people should get, communities should negotiate. Where I disagree with him is that communities should negotiate for resources, not positions. Positions are not new, and they don't help. This is the same joke that we see during campaigns. For instance, Jubilee goes to Kisii and Matiang'i anasimamishwa, anasema, unaona hata kijana wenyu hapa.
It was actually worse. The last time, it was the Chief Justice who was quoted,
Yeah.
And
negotiate for resources. Say, as Kisii County, we want this road from this point to that point to be done. We want a hospital here. These are our irreducible minimums.
Can I ask a question, if I may?
Yes.
Don't you think that many people associate resources with the human resource because they represent a position, and those positions are what enable you to actually negotiate for these resources?
Fair point, but it has not worked. Onyonka is there sitting today as a mheshimiwa. His father was a cabinet secretary, but they never got the resources that they are still crying for today.
Yeah.
So, I mean, these positions benefit individuals.
Instead of the community at large.
The community still stays the same way.
Thank you, Christian.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's hear from Paul in Mombasa. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning. Paul.
How is your Monday?
Good, thank you.
Ours is good. How is yours?
Mine is wonderful.
Okay. Talk to us.
So the topic today, it's interesting because I think the tribe or whatever we want to put it, it's all a constituent of some people with the same interest. So at the end of the day, people have to negotiate by those constituents. They call it a tribe or region or whatever. Because you find even in professional field where you find groups like lawyers will go negotiate as lawyers, doctors will go negotiate as doctors. So in a region like Mombasa, leaders from Mombasa will go and negotiate as people from Mombasa because their interests, everything is the same. So you cannot tell me like somebody in where I originally come from, Busia, will come and negotiate for the same things like the one in Mombasa. Because they don't even have a port. We have a port here. So we have to negotiate for people in that light of the port being our major resource. For leadership, I would want to say it's a good thing when somebody from my region is given some power. The only problem is if they use it to enrich themselves and not the people they represent. So generally people will negotiate as a region, as a tribe, because you only, even as a country, if we start talking as a country, people want to put us like we are Kenyan, so you should think as Kenyans. What makes you a Kenyan? It's a tribe that comes from Kenya, and that tribe comes from somewhere, and that is how actually generally the world is created.
Thank you, Paul.
So this whole thing of telling us that we should not negotiate as a tribe, as a region, is just a fallacy to try and make people think like others are more angels than others.
Thank you, Paul. Enoch in Kiambu.
Good morning, Eric. How are you?
Very well, Enoch. How are you?
Very well. Mwalimu.
Sijambo kaka, uko mzima?
Niko mzima. Ndu.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Bwana Onyoga, how are you?
Very, very okay.
Bwana Onyoga, it's surprising that you are saying that in Kisii there is representative tax development there, and you are also, and at the same time you have said there in Kisii there is more or less some lack of development. And I remember your dad has been a minister since Jomo Kenyatta's time, Moi's time. You did not have an opportunity to take those developments. I think the Constitution is the answer. Within devolution, if we have good leadership who are responsible enough, they will take all the resources to to the respective area. And the constitution is the answer, because you are asked that lady, what is the alternative of what the leaders are doing? This is a narrative which is being sought by some politicians of these tribal negotiations. And actually, it is for this election.
Okay.
And people know it. So I think the constitution is the answer. Let's stop all this. Let's implement the constitution and forget all this nonsense.
Thank you, Enoch. Lovely day. Opinion is divided.
Can I respond?
Yes.
In fact, I'll start with what Enoch is saying. Enoch, when you're making an argument on a matter and you bring out my father, I can tell you that what my father did from independence, there was no CDF, there was no... the government resources were very minimal, and my father being a minister, really, in general, most people who worked in government did not necessarily change the fate and destiny of their people so much, because the resources weren't there, and it was a balancing act. And therefore, I wouldn't want you to use me as being a politician who's now trying to use tribalism so that I can justify why there's no development in my place. Actually, there's development in Kisii, quite a bit. If you go to Kisii, it's a city. I mean, the schools we've done, like in my constituency, is quite amazing, but it's courtesy of CDF and other funds. But let me go back to the beginning. Judah says that in marketing you take segments,
market segmentation,
market segmentation, so that you are able to then justify why these people want this and others don't want this. My argument really is that, and then he said that Kenyans have progressed and we cannot go back and discuss the tribalism. The truth is, right now in America, the debate that is taking place is about racism. The racism that Trump brought to justify his ability or his capacity to then win the presidency in the U.S. Why was he raising the tribalism? The Democrats as a party and people of goodwill in the U.S. have always ignored the fact that white males feel that America has become too brown. They have the best constitution in the world. They have everything they want in the U.S. But people feel that, especially the white community, white Americans feel that these yellow people who happen to be us, the blacks, the Asians, and all that, have made them feel that they're under capture. Okay. That in fact their privileges and advantages they've been getting are being diluted. As a result, Trump comes and talks the truth. He says, you see, these people are here, they get on welfare, they take your money, you pay school fees for the children. The resources which our country has got is the one which you are basically taxed. And therefore you are being told that you have a wonderful country and yet all of you live in poverty and we need to discuss this. My argument is I disagree with the reason why Trump was raising the race card. But I agree with him to give the reasons of explaining that white people in America feel endangered. There's nothing wrong with that. That Americans must begin to discuss this idea that America is a hypothetically incredibly wonderful country where there's no racism, where there's fairness and justice, is a fallacy. So I'm bringing that same argument to our country here. This argument that you are expecting, Mr. Judah, that you are expecting this country, that if you talk about tribalism, then I'm backward. I am not a tribalist. I am just telling you, let us begin to have an honest conversation about what is ailing our country. And that includes our politics. All right? Okay. In fact, what William Ruto has done, he has tried to shift the argument of our tribes and is now making it a class issue. That is saying the rich are the ones who have actually been eating everything from the poor. Now, my argument is, William Ruto is actually making that argument, and legitimately, because the class issues that exist, you can see them.
They're visible.
They're visible. Our people are unhappy. Our people are in a position where they see one group that looks like they're happy, they have got the money and they got the resources and they're doing everything, and then they look like they're downtrodden and everything. The only thing I disagree with William Ruto is what he's prescribing as a solution to the problem of the class war worries me. Number two, he's been part of the problem anyway. All right? So he hasn't come up to tell me what he's going to do. Number three, my brother from Omuse, thank you. The only thing Omuse didn't tell you, Latif, is this. the Teso, where Ojamong comes from, got a governor before the Luhya nation understood what the governor does. So the Teso are actually now worried that after Ojamong has been a governor for 2 terms, and the Luhya nation, which has been trying to tell them they can walk, there's going to be a problem. But this thing we call negotiated democracy is really wonderful. We are dealing with that tribalness by agreeing to negotiate amongst ourselves. If we can negotiate at the local level, the county level, then let us also negotiate at the national level. Last point I want to raise so that all these guys who are complaining can understand where I'm coming from. President Uhuru Kenyatta has been appointed people to the parastatals for the last 1 year. 90% of them are Kikuyu. We are not complaining. It is okay. They are qualified. But as a member from the Kisi community, should Ntai ask why he thinks it's only Kikuyus who can be in those positions? You look at KRA, you look at Kenya Ports Authority, you look at all these things. If William Ruto is influencing who's going to be the vice chancellor at Moi University in Eldoret, why must we have 19 Kalenjins as head of departments in that university? Shouldn't we discuss this? Isn't it a matter that is important to me at the national level? Shouldn't Kenyans be honest enough to say that cannot be accepted?
It is. Thank you very much, Richard Onyonka. We are coming to the end of the show. I think the point that Christian made here on the issue of as you negotiate, don't negotiate for positions, negotiate for resources. And I think that is a bottom line.
The people who negotiate for the resources must have people who are going to discuss who know what those resources are.
Oh.
If you have a dunderhead going to negotiate, what will he negotiate? So we must have good people who went to school, who are qualified, who are not selfish, who understand these things. So don't, when you want to have a government which doesn't look for positions for people.
Sawa. City, today's proverb, Luo proverb.
Ngamateko nyono kwisi meru. Meru emidago. A strong man has stepped on your mother's pipe. You then blame your mother and quarrel with her.
City, I'll be giving you a Kisi proverb soon.
In fact, leaving with a proverb today.
Yeah.
He will give us tomorrow's proverb will be a Kisi proverb.
Yes, and I'm waiting for Musa to send me a Teso proverb.
Musa will send a Teso proverb.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you very much for tuning into the Situation Room today. Join us again tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. We'll be here. All right. And now until 11, you have some music, and then Sugar and Spice from 11 up to 2. Then Edward Quatch from 3 o'clock. And the adults in the room will be here from 7 to 10. Lovely day, folks. It's now 10 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Jimmy Wanjigi's presidential ambitions has caused disquiet in ODM, especially due to his frequent statements that have appeared to be against party leader Raila Odinga. Last week, ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna accused him